Invitational tournament. It's 19 games in total and 15 days of cricket. It's going to be good, it's going to be amazing, and it's going to be one for the books. And I'm hoping that you're excited as much as I am because, ladies and gentlemen, history is being made today. As you can see, the players are walking onto the field in start of the opening ceremony. What a beautiful way to kickstart the SDG Fairbreak Invitational T20 tournament. It was also good to see a couple of ladies moving to the music. But now let's take a quick ad break. We'll be back after this. And when we come back, we're going to go straight to the coin toss. Stay tuned. And welcome back from the ad break. If you just joined us and you're wondering what's happening, you tune in to the SDG Fairbreak Invitational T20 tournament. And we're going to be opening up the campaign between the Falcons as well as the Warriors. But before we do so, let me bring in my first studio guest. It's a legendary moment. And let me just quickly introduce this gentleman that's joining me. He's a man that wears many hats, but he is no stranger to the game of cricket, and so I'm excited to be hopping on to a conversation with him regarding the tournament. It's none other than Jeff Henry Lawson. Jeff, it's good to have you.
It is delightful, surprisingly, and wonderful to be here.
Surprisingly and wonderful.
Well, it's been such a long journey to get here. Probably started a decade ago, and to see that opening ceremony. We've got a bit emotional. I've been involved with the organisation for a long time now, and particularly the camera shot where they go around at the back of the players to see the names and all those national flags.
Yeah, I wanted to actually ask you about the importance of having the national flags, because one thing that we know for sure is that they usually have the players' numbers. So tell us about the significance of having the flags on the backs.
Well, this is the first tournament where you've ever had 35 countries represented, so there's a reason to celebrate that, and the countries, vary from Bhutan to Rwanda to Botswana to Tanzania to Namibia. They're all over the place, and they have their names there, which we think is fair enough. But the numbers we didn't think shows you a lot about the people, and they get to represent their nation and their flags on their back. And it's actually the first time I've seen it in live action, and I got a bit of a tingle seeing all those flags, all those different countries and those different players side by side.
And tell us about just your excitement of having to see this day finally coming to fruition. How do you feel, Jeff?
I'm emotional. I'm seriously got a bit emotional about it all, because it has been a long haul, and this is a part of the journey that we see as equal opportunity, and that's the name, Fairbreak. It's a fair break for women and women cricketers in particular. And it's been a long time coming, and there's hurdles up to today, with players arriving and getting the tournament underway. So it's been a lot of heartache, but there's been a degree of jubilation, particularly today when we're here and we're about to have the first ball. So it can drag you down to the depths of emotion, and it can take you up to the highest part of wonder in the game of cricket.
Yeah, and let's talk about just the tournament itself. I mean, having 6 teams, it's going to be 19 games in total and 15 days of cricket. It's short, and you were specific about having it short, right?
Yeah, well, one of the complaints about a lot of the other competitions, T20 male and female in the world, is the length, but it's sort of designed around a Grand Slam tennis event or maybe a major golf event or that sort of thing, where it only goes for a couple of weeks. So we think 19 games is plenty. Obviously, we've got the double headers coming up the next few days before we make the semi-finals. So each team plays each other once, so we get to find out what you like against that particular opposition. The teams are designed to be very equal, with the major nations represented equally and the associate nations represented equally, and the skill sets of both are designed to be complementary, and that's why they're so mixed up, and we have English players playing against English players and Australians against Australians, etc. So it's that combination of play we think, well, it'll be entertaining for sure. Because one thing I have found out in the last 3 days, when I see these ladies get together and practice, is they're very competitive.
Yeah. And we look forward to all that competitive spirit unfolding on the pitch. And for now, talking about the pitch, I believe that Mel Farrell is on standby with the coin toss. So let's have a look at who wins the toss and what they elect to do first.
Yes, thank you, Liz Soho. It's very exciting, a lot of firsts tonight, and the first coin toss of the entire tournament. So we have the 2 captains here ready to go in Susie Bates and Sindhu Sriharsha, and we're going to have their tournament director, Venkat, have the honour of tossing the coin. So a big moment for you. I know you've had a lot to do with this tournament. And who's going to take the call? You? Okay, let's go. Sindhu has the call. And go!
Heads.
Call is heads. It's tails.
We'll have a bowl, thank you.
Having a bowl. So we'll talk to you in a minute, Sindhu. So Susie, you're going to have a bowl. Tell us why.
First game of a new tournament, new team, new wicket, a lot of firsts. So I think if we can go out there and have a bowl as a group and see what a good total is tonight.
Yeah, amazing thing to be having to bring together a team like this. Huge responsibility as captain as well. How have you been coping with getting to know a lot of these players very quickly?
It's been pretty easy in terms of off the field. Tonight we'll find out more on the field, but yeah, as a group of people from all over the world, it's just been great getting to know different players from so many different countries. And look, we've had a ball off the field so far, but now it's time to get out there and play some cricket, which we all do in our own nation, so it'll be cool to put it together tonight.
And just quickly, out of interest, are you going to have a bowl?
Myself?
Yeah.
No, just in the nets at the moment. We've got plenty of bowling options tonight, so I think I'll give it to the other players.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I hope that shoulder continues to heal for you. Good luck with the game tonight, the first game. Sindhu, bring you in over. How excited are you captaining this?
Very excited. Definitely it's an amazing opportunity for me to just be able to walk out with Susie Bates, and what kind of atmosphere it's been built up towards this, it's been amazing.
Now, what about the decision? What would you have done if you'd won the toss?
We would have bowled first as well, considering it's the first game. To get out there as a team together would have been good, but again, it's not in our control, and this tournament has been all about adapting, so this is something that we're going to go there and adapt.
Yeah, well, it's going to be very exciting to see everything that you have to offer. All the best tonight.
Thank you so much.
So there you go. The Falcons have won the toss, Lesotho, and they will be having a bowl. We'll get to see them first out in the field.
And as you've heard from Melwood from the middle, is that the Falcons have won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. Henry, we heard Susie Bates speaks about it's the first of everything, right? And so she's pretty much on the money. Are you did you expect the toss to go her way and also to make that decision to want to bowl first?
Well, classically, when captains are not sure about the pitch, they like to bowl first, don't they? They don't want to bat first and get into trouble, lose 2 or 3 early ones and have to fight their way out of it. So that's a classic cricket decision from Susie Bates. I had a look at the pitch earlier today. We've had Lydia Greenway's pitch report. It is very hard, a bit of grass. It looks like an absolute beauty of a wicket. So I don't think there'll be too many problems there. But as I say, classic, not sure what the wicket's doing. Also, first game of the tournament. I'm maybe not sure about how strong my batting's going to be. I don't want to get rolled and give the opposition a small total to chase. So what do? You win the toss and have a bowl. And as Susie said, they got some good bowling options, and they want to put the pressure on with the ball first rather than the bat.
Mm-hmm. And how would you approach this first game? I mean, if you were the captain and had that captaincy, how would you approach this first game?
Well, this is just about a unique experience because Susie would not have seen just about half of her team play, unless you want to seek out YouTube and check out what's happening in the associate qualifying game. So she's used to she just come off a 50-over World Cup where New Zealand played pretty well, but she would have seen her players at practice and she would have made some assessments about them. But getting out and playing in the game's a completely different set of pressures. So, maybe once again, you do that because you feel, because you're just not totally sure. And if you bowl well in your first 5 or 6 overs, you get through the power play well, I think the whole team then can settle down and play some good cricket. But there'll be plenty of nerves out there. And it just won't be the associate players. Mm-hmm. It'll be the experienced players as well, because this is a first-time event. So, look, I'm very interested to see how the Falcons go about their bowling and what the Warriors come back with their batting. And it might set a tone for the rest of this tournament, because the rest of the teams will be watching this very closely. See how the pitch plays and see just how each side goes about their game. So, as Susie said, lots of firsts, and the opposition, and say the teams that aren't playing, they really want to find out what's going on there before they play tomorrow. So, we all want to see what's happening out there.
Definitely. Let's chat about just the two teams, so the Falcons and the Warriors. I'm sure you've had, and not to get too much in depth of the different teams and how they're looking like, but just give us an overview of the Falcons and the Warriors as well.
Well, of course, with Susie Bates as the captain, you've got a absolutely world-class player. Interesting for the Warriors with Sindhu Srihasta, the USA captain. So she's one of the very few associate players. She only played a captain. So different challenges, experience versus a little lack of experience.
All right, and now it's time for the pitch report. So without wasting time, let's go straight into it.
Well, hello and welcome to the Dubai International Stadium for the first ever Fairbreak tournament. We've got the Falcons taking on the Warriors, and we're going to have a look at the conditions for this evening. As you can see on the pitch, it's pretty green. There's an even covering, and the green suggests that with the live grass, you're going to see a decent amount of pace. It's hard as well, which is a good sign. We've got a few games coming up, so hopefully that will mean it will keep its consistency. In terms of the other conditions, if you look around the boundary, it's 55 metres throughout, so an even spread in terms of boundaries, leg side and offside. There's a lovely breeze coming across the ground from my left to the right, and at this time of year, I'm told we're very lucky because it's nice and cool. So I'm sure the players who are preparing, well underway, will be pleased with that.
And we'll definitely be pleased with that. For now, though, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, it's more action here at the Fairbreak Invitational T20 tournament. And welcome back from the ad break. Thank you so much for tuning in. Now, before we start off the competition with the Falcons and the Warriors, let's check out the short clip on the visionary, the man behind Fairbreak Global. Have a look.
My name's Sean Martin and I'm the founder of Fairbreak. Welcome to Dubai and the STG Fairbreak Invitational for 2022. This is a unique cricket tournament. 90 players from 35 countries. A mix of full member board nations and associate nation players. The first time up to 50 associate nation players have been contracted and paid in a professional tournament. It's a watershed moment for women's cricket. It's a wonderful game, a game of diversity, a game of inclusion and a game of opportunity. And they are the central pillars of what we are about at Fairbreak. Our organisation is always looking to create opportunities for people in all aspects of their life. We use cricket as a vehicle for this. Many of the players that you will see over the next 2 weeks have worked incredibly hard to be in the positions they're in. From all walks of life, from all parts of the globe. 90 women come together in 6 teams. Each of these teams comprises 15 players. In many of the teams, that's 13 nationalities being represented across the 15 players. We hope you enjoy it. We look forward to some wonderful cricket, some incredible memories, and a great experience in this first year. Thank you and enjoy your time.
Jeff, we've heard from Sean himself about Fairbreak tournament. I know we touched on it a little bit earlier on, but I'd love us to just elaborate a little bit more on the tournament itself.
Yeah, we could see Sean there. The voice is failing him because he's had so many things to do. His energy to drive this thing for almost a decade, but particularly in the last couple of weeks when we've been here in Dubai, actually getting the tournament running has just been absolutely astonishing. So the man's entitled to a good lie down after tonight's game when we get finished here. But he he's talked about diversity, inclusion, opportunity, and when you just see those teams and those names and those flags, you get a feel for that. But certainly when you take the associate nation countries, and we talked about Bhutan, Nepal, Brazil, certainly not a noted cricket country, but not a country where previous empires may have taken the game. It was a part of a Latin American empire, not a British one. So to have the Brazilian players here is something pretty special as well. And to be able to bring them from their different cultures, their different languages, and all have the absolute inclusion of cricket. That's the thing that drives this organisation, but it's not just the only thing about the organisation. And we're very fortunate that you and I come from cricket countries and we'll be able to take advantage of that in so many cultural and community ways. But a lot of people don't come from cricket countries, but they're still out there playing the game, and they've got the opportunity to come here to Dubai. I saw a few of the girls yesterday. We had a night practice here, so they came down to field, and first time they played under lights. And then to walk onto a stadium that holds 30-odd thousand people and have that perfect outfield and that turf pitch, it's just pristine out there. They don't get those opportunities, and they were just marvelling at the ground, not the stadium, not the seats, but just the ground itself, and the fact that they had now had an opportunity to play on it and play with and against some of the best players in the world and players that have been their heroes. And that, I think, when we're all growing up, we want to play with our heroes, and they get the opportunity to get out there and play and compete against their heroes as well. Though that's going to be the interesting thing during this tournament, that some of the lesser-known players will actually get to bowl at some of the best players in the world, or face them and try and challenge them that way. So that's what I'm really looking forward to, those particular challenges. So it's an all-encompassing challenge, but it brings that the diversity we see, the inclusion we see of all the people, and the opportunity to play the game and play it at the highest level.
And something else that's exciting is the bonus point. So talk us through the bonus point and how it works.
Okay, well, the competition, it's 3 points for a win, but we have a bonus point after 10 overs. It's a system that worked in the BBLs in Australia this year. They tried it out. So if you're leading after 10 overs of the second innings, you get an extra point. So if you win the match, you've won the bonus point, you were in front after 10 overs, you get 4 points. But if you lose the match and you were leading after 10 overs, you still get 1. So you might lose the game 3-1 or win it 4-0. So it just brings a little bit of extra interest. In a short tournament, it also helps separate out the teams. You know, we five matches, they play each other once. So come the semi-finals, we want something realistic to divide up the teams and find out who's, because one plays 4 and the final 2 plays 3, and that bonus point does a couple of things. Helps separate teams, but also gives them something to play. If you're in the 10th over and maybe you need 10 and over, 12 and over to get the point, do you then take a few more risks and try and get the point? Or do you say, no, we're playing the long game to try and win in 20 overs? So it just brings that little extra frisson of excitement into it.
Yeah, of course. And you need that bit of excitement, right? Of course.
Well, it doesn't hurt. You know, look, to be honest, it worked pretty well in the BBLs, the WBBL and BBL in Australia. So we've taken it on board.
All right, now let's go over to the Warriors batting lineup and starting 11. And so, Henry, please do feel free to take us through that starting 11.
Well, Hayley Matthews at the top, you know, terrific West Indies players, come off a very good World Cup. Georgia Redmayne didn't make the Australian side, but was the highest run scorer in the WBBL last summer. Sindhu Srihasa, the USA captain, she's been in pretty good form in their qualifiers. Mignon Dupree, one of the world's greats, of course, you know.
Yeah.
And she had a really good World Cup. Catherine Bryce from Scotland. I think she might have been the European Player of the Year a couple of years ago. And then we get to Isha Oza, the local UAE player. And she'll have plenty of friends and fans here to see her play. And her reputation is a pretty good one. And the word is from their practice sessions that she was as good as anything that the players have played against. So that's their starting 11. We go down to, well, we've got Mariana Martinez, we've got a Brazilian down the bottom, we've got a West Indian, Sri Lankan, Celeste Rack from Ireland, Yasmin Khan from Namibia. That is an all-star 11. It's an all-national 11, but there's some pretty talented cricketers there. And we'll find out, because they're going to bat first after Susie Bates, skipper of the Falcons, won the toss, and as you can see, they've sent them in. Bates, world champion. Chamari Atapadu made some big scores for Sri Lanka. Thirda Satish has been in terrific form. Anapat Koncharankai from Thailand, another one. Mm-hmm. They've done really well for their associate countries. Mariko Hill, who is was captaining Hong Kong, not so at the moment. She's just stepped back and let Carrie Chan do that, but an all-rounder of class. And then Janahara Alam from Bangladesh, fantastic players. Kaya Rua, New Guinea. Anju Gurong, keep an eye on her, the all-rounder from Bhutan. Left arm seam bowler, swings it, lively, enthusiastic. She's one to watch. Sornan Tipok from Thailand again. Marina Lamp Low from Hong Kong, and Christina Goff from Germany. So that, once again, that's an absolutely stunning 11 of different countries. So challenges there for the associate players, but they'll be a little bit nervous, but they've got some very solid senior players to keep them in check. There's Mariko Hill in the background there. So they're all just about loose and ready to go.
And yeah, let's just talk about that starting 11 that we went through. I mean, when you assess the different teams, which team is looking a bit stronger than the other? And I know I'm putting you on the spot, but you really need to give me an answer on that one.
Tough question, because as I said earlier, that the teams are designed to be fairly equal. And really, I think what will decide the competition and the differences will be the performance of the Associate Nation players. Those who can step up and handle the pressure of the big games. I think that will be the difference on who finishes that 1 to 4 spot. Joanne Broadbent there, the coach from Australia, is in New Zealand at the moment. She was at New South Wales for many years and played for Australia as an all-rounder. The job of the coaches will be to get those, particularly those associate players.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Sorry to be cutting you short, but we're about to take a quick ad break, so we'll be back after this.
Wanting to see how this will play. The first of 19 games across the next 12 days rather, here in the UAE. For the Warriors, experience at the top. Hayley Matthews, world champion in 2016, great World Cup. Georgia Redmayne, the Australian, opening the batting with her. Sindhu Sriharsha, the skipper of the United States, captain of this team, in at 3. Mignon de Pree, South African champion at 4. Catherine Bryce Scott at 5. Isha Oza getting her opportunity from the UAE, as is Yasmin Khan, another associate player. Celeste Drack, leg spinner from Ireland. Prodabani, the left-arm swing star from the 2020 World Cup a couple of years ago. She'll take the new ball, as will Shamelia Connell from the West Indies and Marina Martinez from Argentina. Look for her in-swinging Yorker. Will be bowling first. As for the Falcons, Susie Bates, the skipper. Chamari Adapadu at the top of the list with her from Sri Lanka. Titra Satish, Nanapat Koncharankai, the Thai champion. Marika Hill from Hong Kong. Jahanara Alam will take the new ball from Bangladesh. Kaya Arora and Andrew Gurong, 2 associate players out of the 5 in this 11. Sonaran Tipok, the Thai long-termer. Marina Lampau and Christina Goff. Tina Goff, the German left armour, she'll also take the new ball, and the Falcons are bowling first. For the players preparing to make their way to the middle, I'm Adam Collins, and with me as the umpires make their way to the middle is a woman who's seen it all in women's cricket over a long stretch of time, Isabel Duncan. You literally wrote the book about women's cricket about a decade ago. This must bring you great pride seeing a competition like this get off the ground.
Yes, well, good evening, everybody. It certainly does. I mean, history is long. It's 18th century onwards, and we've got to a great place here with this T20 tournament with 35 different countries involved and 90 players, and it's wonderful to be here to witness it. We have the Warriors innings, and the openers will be Hayley Matthews and Georgia Redmayne.
Case of Matthews, she's in career best form at the moment. She led West Indies for runs and wickets at the recently completed World Cup in New Zealand. And Georgia Redmayne, yet to be capped by Australia, but there and thereabouts in the national squad, having made her way here via the Women's Big Bash League. She's played in 3 clubs over the journey. As for Susie Bates, the fielding captain, little introduction required. Most productive batter in this form of the game internationally across a long and prestigious career. She said at the toss, unlikely she will bowl in this competition, still recovering from serious shoulder surgery back a couple of years ago, but a steady hand in charge of the team in orange. Officiating today, speaking of the World Cup, the 2 umpires who oversaw the final between Australia and England last month. Kim Cotton from New Zealand, and Lauren Chabak, who has been a revelation, just 25 years of age from South Africa, getting a chance in this competition, leading us off here tonight. Jahanara Alam has the ball in her hand, the Bangladesh opening bowler. A mainstay with that striking headband that she always bowls with. See the Bangladesh flag on the back of her shirt. No numbers in lieu of flags here, Izzy, so we're going to be identifying the players via names on the back, but also the flag, which is a nice touch for the Fairbreak in the first edition of this tournament.
It certainly is, with all these different flags and different nations out there. We might need our binoculars at some point, but we'll certainly get the hang of it.
So Hayley Matthews to take the first ball. A piece of history here in Dubai. The first ball of the Fairbreak Invitational. A nice bit of shape to start as well. Pulling up beside me, you're down at the toss a moment ago. Melinda Farrell, you've been also covering the women's game for more than a decade, and some familiar names, but also some that we haven't seen before too. It'll be a bit of a journey for us on commentary, as it will for people watching at home.
Yeah, and it's one that I'm really excited about. There are a lot of these players I've never seen before. None of us have seen before, so this is a real journey of discovery for us, and I hope everyone who's watching at home will enjoy making it with us.
The fielder's out at deep third and deep fine leg. Ooh, that was out comfortably as well. taking on Tipok. Hip and run stuff.
So have we talked about past scores here at all at the beginning of this innings?
Yeah, I suppose the difficulty in assessing that is that women just haven't played at this ground too often. Never in a T20 international, one-day international. But if you want to measure it against men, I suppose the average first innings score here in men's T20s is 149. So that's some sort of reference point.
So for women, you think they're possibly aiming at something like 140, 135 as a good score to reach here?
It's a very low-scoring ground in the men's game. We do know that. We saw seen a lot of low-scoring T20 matches here. Hasn't been apparently much dew around for the last month here in Dubai, so they're not expecting there to be too much dew, hopefully, here underneath the night skies at the Dubai International Stadium.
Well, I had a little chat with the groundsman earlier on, Toby, and he was talking about the dew and the special spray that they put down in the morning that acts a little bit like Teflon, so the water can just run off any dew that appears.
Yeah, of course, this was the ground where the West Indies were skittled for 55 in the men's T20 Cup under lights. So a lot of ground that has been known for high scoring. A lot of cricket played here, of course. We're on the strip, on the edge of the square to start the competition. We'll move closer and closer to the middle. We work our way through the next 12 days. Redmayne just pulling out there.
Amazing, Georgia Redmayne, to think of how good she is. She had a brilliant WBBL, so consistent, and she is one of the best batters in the WBBL in Australia. She's never been capped for Australia. It's a demonstration of how much depth of talent there is there.
Tidy to start from Bashundhara. Ball to come in, this is the first over. Nice shape back towards the left-handed Redmayne. Yeah, she's been, as I mentioned off the top, she's played at 3 different WBBL clubs over the last 7 seasons, and really it's been a lovely story in using that competition as a springboard, because it didn't look like she was going to have this kind of career, but 7 years on the big stage here, and ever so close to an international debut as well.
The pesky Elisa Healy and Beth Mooney also
yes.
in the Australian team, possibly keeping it a bit hard for her to make her way into that side.
Shot. And the first boundary of the competition as well. Redmayne off the mark in style. Into the first over, the Warriors 5 without loss. Redmayne, the only player in this match uncapped at international level. Slayed that away on the square drive, right at the middle of the bat. So Matthews back on strike. For a boundary to complete the first over. Matthews single. Watch her black on replay. She would have been out by 3 metres had Tipok's throw been on target. Been a disastrous start for the Warriors, but down the other end, and we know how destructive she is. Century to start the World Cup a couple of months ago against New Zealand. Gurung to start. What a great part of this tournament. Her first ball right there in the block hole, but the left arm seamer from Bhutan, Anju Gurung, to think that she's getting this opportunity. It's being broadcast in 141 countries. I mean, what a great story for her personally. She's played 9 T20 internationals, consistent so far.
Yeah, and she swings it like Wasim, apparently. That's her little strap line, so we'll be excited to see that with that new shiny white ball.
Just certainly giving Hayley Matthews a few things to think about early on in the first overs, with a lot of respect. And that is just going to be one of the most fascinating things about this tournament, is it's unknown for some of these players. They won't know what they're facing. The coaches have had to pull these teams together. Big challenge for the captains. It's all new.
Runs for Matthews too, down the ground. Didn't get all of it. Bates on the dive. Just drags it in. No, she doesn't. So a couple of boundaries to start for the Warriors, and 9 without loss.
Yeah, and of course the power play being all important for these teams. You've got to win the power play. If you win at batting, you win at fielding, you've probably won the match. So all important these first 6 overs.
Also the bonus point in this competition. So 3 points for the win, but 1 point for the team that's leading after 10 overs. So that's been borrowed from the Big Bash in Australia last season. Worked pretty well there. So it'll be a part of Fairbreak over the next couple of weeks as well.
Yeah, and towards the end of the tournament, that may be very important, just that extra point here and there, and everything to play for, of course, in the power play as well, racking up the runs.
Nothing wrong from that delivery from Gurung, by the way. That was Matthews adapting, shuffling down. She does again here. Well, quickie shingle once more. The throw needed to be on target and wasn't. With Gurung, she spent a lot of time playing with the boys and playing with the men there in Bhutan, and that's where she learnt her trade. She's an absolute badger as well. To prepare for Fairbreak, she took herself off to Thailand in order to train with the Thailand team, then flew here from Bangkok. She wanted to be in the thick of things in the month leading up to this competition, give herself every opportunity of her name in the hat for selection around the world in other competitions like this.
Absolutely, showcasing her talents as an associate member. There are lots of tournaments out there, wanting contracts all over the place.
Good again. Benefits from a misfield there at cover. Had it up there on the dance floor. It's been swinging throughout. Good over so far.
I just love the fact that we've got Bhutan from one end and Bangladesh at the other.
Yeah, it's worth noting that there is a nice balance between full member nations, the 12 that are declared full members with the ICC, and associate nations, which is the rest in effect. Tricky to finish. Nearly lose their off stump. End of 2, 11 without loss, the Warriors. Hayley Matthews started their tournament using her off stump, shuffling across in the second over. I suppose it's a reflection on the over that Gurung bowled. That might have been the only delivery that wasn't hitting the woodwork.
There was a bit of a wry smile from her at the end as well.
Yes. A couple of left arm seamers for the Falcons. Gurung started well. So no more than 6 out of the 11 are able to be full member nation players in this competition. So there'll be a minimum of 5 associates in each game throughout 19 games in total. 15 in the group stage, starting here at Dubai Sports City. Led by signal.
Well, Jahanara a lamb, just a few.
Back to Matthews, mentioned her World Cup. She made 260 runs, 10 wickets, so led both categories for West Indies in that competition. That dazzling 64 not out she made in the World Cup final in 2016. The Trouts Australia in that competition. She was just 18 years old at that point, so a player of vast experience already. Now 24, vice captain of the West Indies. Well, for about 4 years. Batting well outside of her crease here. Shuffle forward. On a mid-off inside the circle. The boundary. Out through point. Again, didn't quite middle it, but did well enough. Wasn't a lot of to work with there through the offside, but bisected the 2 fielders in on the circle. Warriors are up to 16 without loss. Done better there, moving to the left. A couple of misfields inside the circle on the offside already.
Yeah, and there'll be a few nerves around too, you can imagine, from both sides, really.
That's hammered. Matthews on the front foot, swinging straight through the line. Now they've got a good start. 20 for none halfway through the third.
Well, she got a streaky one beforehand that went to the boundary, but she definitely got hold of all of that one. She's been moving around the crease a little bit. That time she just stayed solid. Beautifully played, driven down the ground.
Well, she's got more than 1,000 T20 international runs, hasn't she, to her name?
Up-ish. Quite carrying again. PNG representative, Arua, just inside the circle there at extra cover. Bashundhara just taking pace off the ball there and nearly paying off.
She just lost her shape there, didn't she? Hayley Matthews, hand off the bat, didn't have control.
The other point with Matthews is that she's used to being dropped into situations like this. They only arrived a few days ago, of course, but she's been on the WBBL, KSL 100 circuit since it began back in 2015 when she was a teenager playing at the Hobart Hurricanes, Mel, and now getting an opportunity in this competition to open the batting on opening night. But she knows what it's like to fly in, fly out, so to speak.
Yeah, I've got such strong memories of her at 2016 T20 World Cup where she was absolutely brilliant. When West Indies beat Australia in that tournament.
Yeah, she scored 66, didn't she, against Australia in the final. 2016.
Quick single to finish. 3 overs gone, the Warriors 21 for none. A bigger over there, 10 runs coming from it. Bashundhara just taking the pace off a couple of times, running her fingers down the seam and providing pause for thought for Hayley Matthews, who dabbed that last ball into the offside and was on the bike galloping down to the danger end.
The pitch is looking consistent. I like the bounce. It's a hard pitch out there. It's coming onto the bat nicely.
All the players in tonight from the opposing teams, all 6 teams here for the opening ceremony about 45 minutes ago. See there in the middle row, Sophie Eccleston, the #1 bowler in the world at the moment across the formats.
It's been a wonderful atmosphere. We're staying in the same spot as the teams, and it's been brilliant to see. You've run into them all around the game. I got a flight over here with Elise, the same flight as Elise Villani and Nicola Carey. Saw Mignon Dupree at the airport, run into various people at lunch. There was a lovely function earlier as well, as we see Sonorin Tipok come into the attack.
Thai veteran Tipok with her finger spin. Signalled wide down the leg side. A run as well, so 23 for none. I should say that the wides in this competition are using the MCC interpretation rather than the ICC's playing conditions. So in short, fraction more generous than what you might see in international cricket. But that was well down the leg side, so an easy decision to make.
Yeah, Tipok, a real old-timer of Thailand. In fact, she was captain for 14 years. The Cricketer of the Decade award for her in 2020.
One of the 2 fielders out on the onside, a long on deep mid wicket to nick off her first touch of the night. German left armour, we'll see her soon, I'm sure. Yeah, Tipok, I felt for her last year, coming towards the end of her career, and they had every opportunity, Thailand, to qualify for this World Cup, but they missed out on that opportunity in Harare, effectively due to COVID-19 and the Omicron variant. That competition was called off. Pulling hard is Matthews into the sweeper. And at that point of the competition, Thailand were in good shape, Mel.
They were in good shape. They looked all set to qualify. It's one of the saddest stories I think I've seen in women's cricket, and because they don't have that ODI status, they don't have it reverted to rankings, and they've got a difficult time, Thailand, in trying to sort of overcome that ranking situation.
Far away.
And they've been one of the great stories of associate cricket, the way they came into the T20 World Cup in Australia in 2020. Really impressed with their fielding in particular. And they were a real joy to have in that tournament.
Not look for two, well weighted, happy with the single. Yeah, they got off to a flyer against Pakistan, didn't they? And backed up 150 and looked might be in a position to, really lay a marker there. And look, I think that the Thailand team have had such a focus on T20 cricket that it'll be in that form of the game they're more likely to make big tournaments. It's weren't far away from a 50-over berth as well. Two Thailand players represented in this game.
Yeah, we've got to remember, for some of these players, some of these associate nations, they haven't played under lights before. It's all a new experience, and to play with these hotshot players as well, these full member nations.
Not a lot of pace for Matthews to work with there. Retaining the strike, moving up to 17 from 15. The end of 4 overs, the Warriors 27 without loss. So 5 players from Thailand in this competition. There are from Australia, England and Pakistan, 6 from South Africa and the West Indies, and 12 from Hong Kong, who of course are the host nations. Being played in Dubai, but this is a Hong Kong cricket event.
You can see there's Sean Martin, who, well, this is his baby, this competition. I think I first spoke to him about it in 2012, the idea of this tournament.
Chamari Atapattu, the Sri Lanka match winner, usually with bat in hand, but productive career as a spinner as well. Played around the world. Kia Super League and the Women's Big Bash League for a couple of clubs. Of course, that breathtaking unbeaten century against Australia at the 2017 One Day World Cup. Too short to start though, and put away accordingly by Matthews. Help yourself stuff. She's into the 20s. 31 for none, the Warriors.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a loosener there for Atapattu with her right arm off breaks. But another great veteran of the game, having scored more than 4,500 international runs and taken more than 50 wickets. She's been around for a heck of a long time. International debut in 2010.
They actually missed out on that World Cup. Not qualifying for the tournament played in New Zealand earlier this year. Going to Bangladesh, the final slot, but Bashundhara Alam, who's taken the new ball here, got the chance to play there, but in the absence of Sri Lanka, sort of building the case for more teams to play in that competition, which is a good thing. Nice competitive tension. Run through the onside, but sweeping there by the aforementioned Bashundhara, keeping it to a couple.
Hayley Matthews looking like she's impatient to just get things rolling a little bit. She's probably looked at these boundaries. I believe they're 55 metres. I reckon she's had a look at those and thought, I'd like to help myself to a bit of that.
Steered away. Won't quite have the legs. Gurun keeps it to a couple. Yeah, so 2 Sri Lankans in this competition. Chamari Atapattu, Yudhishika Pradhabani, who was another player who stood out on the world stage before, back at Wacker a couple of years ago against Australia. She ran rampant against them there. See her later. Sharper spin to finish. Very penultimate ball. On Depriya, South African veteran. 7 deliveries left in the power play. 50 within striking distance. Redmayne retains the strike. She moves to 8. Matthews is on 26. The Warriors 37 for none.
Warriors off to a terrific start. No wicket for 37. Georgia Redmayne plays one of her favourite strokes. Pulls it away over mid-wicket. You can do this on this terrific Toby Lumsden by international pitch.
Yeah, it's an interesting pitch, this one. I was talking to Toby earlier, and there's soil brought in from all over the world, just like the players that we've got out here today. So it's got a nice synergy there. We've got sort of Pakistan, from Australia, from England, and if we just look at it here, there's a few cracks there, but obviously Hayley Matthews goes big, and that is the first 6 of the Fairbreak Invitational 2022, the first 6 ever in a Fairbreak Invitational from Hayley Matthews.
And the delivery is not all that short. The shot is very long. This time she sweeps. That'll be another boundary. Terrific piece of timing. Ibok just gets the line fractionally wrong.
Back-to-back boundaries here for the Warriors. Hayley Matthews just looking to find her stride a little bit there. She just tips that one down to fine leg, and she's starting to get going here. So we're 48 from 5.5 overs.
No run off the last ball. 6 gone. The power play's finished. Warriors 48 for no loss. Hayley Matthews has got the swagger on at the moment, and so she should. Power play finishes 48. It's a good start for the Warriors, and a bit of pressure back on Falcons bowling.
Like Andrew Goring is going to come back onto bowl.
Goring, who bowled the second over of the match, fairly tidily, but it's Hayley Matthews in good form, has been brought back on by the 7th over. Redmayne waits. picks up a single. So let's have a look at the power play. First of this tournament. Drives. We won't put that down as a chance. It's travelling rather quickly. Matthews and Redmayne making use of very predictable pitch, a pitch with a bit of bounce and pace. Warriors away to a terrific start. Just dug out. Not bowled, Gurung.
Well bowled. Hayley Matthews was trying to give herself room, but Gurung followed her, kept it within the stumps.
And that's the double whammy. That was the no ball, along with the boundary.
Good umpiring there. Definitely that foot is in front of the line, and Hayley Matthews playing that pedal shot to good effect. Some problems here for Suzie Bates. She's without two experienced players in this team. With this young team, Hayley Matthews is exploiting. She's making sure she puts the pressure back onto the team and gives her own team a very good start.
And Matthews launches. And launches a very long way. The free hit brings the maximum advantage.
Yeah, Matthews really went to town on that free hit there, and she's actually hit their own Falcons sign over the boundary, matched that one into the railings there. Hayley Matthews she's loosened up here. She's found her feet in this tournament already, as Hayley Matthews often does, and that was one for the books. That one, it's a big one.
Good comeback. Yorker squeezed out just the single.
Very good comeback ball. Hayley Matthews started really well in the Women's World Cup with 100, and today she starts off again really well, putting pressure against the team of Suzie Bates. It was New Zealand in the Women's World Cup as well, and now again against Suzie Bates and the team.
Drives no run.
Gurung has been practicing in Thailand before coming here. She's from Bhutan, and she has been practicing in Thailand. It's a huge opportunity for players like this.
That's through. That's beaten the field, and this outfield is lightning. Redmayne joins the party. .65 and no wicket.
That's really intelligent batting. She knew the third fielder was up, made sure he put it in the gap, enjoying themselves there, the Warriors.
Yeah, not played. So coming on to bowl here, we have Jahanara Alam, and she's quite the global superstar. Not just on the field, but across social media. She's a real star of this tournament, and she's going to bring the party, I feel. She's just been looking so good so far, and we can see what she can bring to this. And if she can slow down these Warriors really on the charge, it could do with a wicket at some point.
Hara Alam has been very important in that Bangladesh lineup. She has led the pace attack, the seam attack really well for Bangladesh for over the years. senior campaigner and has played in different leagues as well. So she has got that experience, and at the moment Falcons need that experience.
Ah, the double bluff. Matthews moves early. Bashundhara picks it up and doesn't bowl.
That's the experience we are talking about. Look how late she stops herself. It's not easy as a seam bowler to do that, but that's experience for you.
Just a little swing. When you pitch up, it just fades away, but not a great deal of movement. Very good batting conditions. Sorts the field out. Exactly what she wants. Just goes away a little. Matthews waits on it, plays it late. Terrific contest. Steal a single. Not quite right. Squarer. And drives. Oh no, misfield. They'll come back for two. They'll have to hurry. There's trouble here. Just for a moment, I thought it may have been the old golden rule. Don't run on a misfield.
But this time, all well, because these two have got really good understanding, and the arm in the field was not as strong. So just a slight misfield there. Hayley Matthews just won, strolling down. And
that was Tirsa Sardish from the UAE out there with misfield. She'll be looking to recover quickly from that one and prove what she can do.
And a victory for the bowler. See movement.
given away 17 runs in 2.3 overs, so bowled in the power play as well. So according to what the team has gone, the kind of economy, she has done well. The current run rate 9.03. She's given away 13 runs. Dhaka Alam has been bowling to her field. She's got another fielder at the point region, backward of point. Now 2 fielders there for Redmond.
Beaten again. Applauding herself there, and so she should.
Just wonder what the Falcons can do in this situation. They need to break this partnership, but then actually if you look at the batting lineup, we just look at this one. Oh, Georgia Redmond couldn't quite get that one away. It was a good recovery there. But if you look at that batting lineup, they've got some real talent to come still. They've got captain Sindhu Sri Harsha. And you've got Mignon Dupree to come in, and you've got Scotland's Catherine Bryce. So they're not short on batting talent, this Warriors team. And that's going to be a worry for Susie Bates. What's she got to do in this situation?
Of course, she's short of hugely experienced player Madison Cap, who was unavailable for selection. Mignon is really happy, also a South African. And Hayley Matthews has given a very good start to the team. So the platform is set. All they need to do is now to build on it.
Three beaten the bat for the over. Well bowled, Bashundhara Alam. 18 of 03 overs. 8 gone. 69 for no wicket.
They're all smiles out there, these Warriors. Hayley Matthews is having a great time, and alongside Georgia Redmayne, it's all going the way of the Warriors right now.
Warriors sent into bat by International Stadium, and they have got away to a flyer. Two very experienced players up top. Nice having right and left hand combination as well. Don't ever underestimate that. Really can put the bowlers off their line and length. Well, Kaya Harua from Papua New Guinea has come on. I didn't think it was that bad a ball, actually. That's a terrific shot.
What you were talking about, the left and right hand combination, as a captain, as a bowler, it's very difficult. This is the first match of the tournament. The pace, the bounce of the pitch, they still have to accurately understand. And then with the left and right hand batting combinations, making sure that they put the right fielders at the right spot.
Might be two here. They talk, there's hesitation. Well fielded.
I guess that's what comes when you bring a new team together like this. They just haven't quite got that telepathic running between the wickets there. So maybe we could be in for a few run-outs coming up in this tournament. I think the Falcons are looking for one of those, or any kind of wicket right now. They've got to break this partnership.
Terrific record for PNG. Sweeper will tidy that up. Single. Working into this over. Redmayne's going to run a ball. Shadowed by... No one's enjoying it.
This would be another no ball.
I think that might be a no ball for over the waist. Loopy spinner. Now it was caught. Be a no ball, and a free hit will follow.
Problem for Susie Bates is free hit will be availed by Hayley Matthews again.
And just an extra kick in the gut there for Susie Bates. She was the one to take the catch off the no ball.
In the end, this could be not out. It's the free hit. So 2 catches in 2 balls for no wickets.
Catches has been good, but 50 for Hayley Matthews. The first match of the tournament for Fairbreak Invitational, and Hayley Matthews comes with a 50. Puts the team in a very good position here.
Those that have come to join us here at the Dubai International Stadium are loving watching this action, and Hayley Matthews is putting on a show for them right now.
Hasn't been in the greatest of form recently. Well, averaging 9.45 in the last 20 innings, so she's found some form here tonight in Dubai. It's been dominant, hasn't it? Just even for the very first over. Looked aggressive, played well, used the conditions. And favourably plays square of the wicket, and it races off the turf. That seemed to gain pace when it bounced. 9 overs gone. Warriors running away with it. 82 for no wicket.
This time Georgia Redmayne making sure she plays it quite square. The first boundary of this over was to the cow corner, this time bit squarer, bisecting that gap. Susie Bates coming to the bowler, and that's what she will have to do. She's poaching on the way as well.
Matthews' first half century Fairbreak Invitational. Big sixes in that as well. It just been balls on the ground. The outfield is very quick. It's lightning. It's giving you reward for well-timed shots. We've seen that for Redmayne and Matthews. Hit a couple of long bombs as well.
So on comes Mariko Hill from Hong Kong to bowl here. Perhaps this change will bring the fortune that the Falcons need.
The two seamers from Pakistan, Diana Baig and Shabnam Ismail, exchanging views.
Matthews hasn't had a look at the bowling. Decided to feast on it.
Want to know what both these seamers are talking about. The youngster Diana Baig from Pakistan talking with the experienced Shabnam Ismail. Enjoying themselves, exchanging notes. This is what Fairbreak is all about.
Bowled Hill. And they come back for two. Well, maybe a little bit of slack work. Ararua out there. Maybe she had to come in for the boundary. We've criticised it too much. Maybe that was just well run.
That's good batting, intelligent batting from Hayley Matthews, not taking a lot of risks, and that's how she has been maturing as a cricketer. Mariko Hill from Hong Kong, she's a very handy all-rounder for Hong Kong women's team.
And finds the edge, and as is typical in 20-over cricket, that'll be four.
Runs away to the boundary there, and it looks like Warriors are sort of running away with the game at the moment. So far we've had 11 fours and 2 sixes if we just look at this one. Finds the edge there, but Hayley Matthews, when it's going your way, it's going your way, and it's run away to the boundary there. Another boundary to Hayley Matthews.
That's 8 of the first 3 deliveries. First over, big tournament, huge pressure on Mariko Hill. How she's going to respond.
Goes short and takes the wicket. Terrific catch. So he'll change the tactics. She was penalised when she was for bowl short, and that is incredible jubilation.
She is over the moon. She recovered well with that one there, Mariko Hill, and she's got the big wicket. You know, look at that determination. Hayley Matthews has just looked to go big there, but she's just found the fielder right on the boundary edge. Really great pitch awareness there to not step over the boundary line.
Mariko Hill, the experienced Hong Kong player, gets the wicket of Hayley Matthews. She has to depart at making 58 runs, Warriors 90 for 1.
stretch there. Matthews gone for 58. The Falcons have their first wicket. Warriors off to a flyer, 90 for 1. Taken the long drinks break here, 2.5 minutes. Split up the innings prematurely with the wicket falling in the 10th over. Rico Hill from Hong Kong in the book. Sindhu Sriharsha, skipper for the Warriors, coming in at number 3 for Mark first ball. Pushing the wicket back. Got plenty of it. Hit it flat and hard, but big trap. Associate members taking the field tonight for the Falcons. Safe pair of hands. Jubilation there. Toss and the Warriors. Great early moment here in this Fairbreak Invitational. One for the snappers. That'll work. Redmayne retains the strike. A successful over for the Falcons. The Warriors 92 for 1. Six bowlers used so far for the Falcons. Plenty of options in the second half of this innings. The tournament opener here at Dubai Sports City. Hong Kong bowlers from both ends. Maria Lamplau. Two Hong Kongers in the Falcons team. Misfield. And it costs them 4. And a couple of those. An appropriate time for Mark Farmer to join us on commentary. And the high performance boss at Cricket Hong Kong. Hong Kong bowlers at both ends. You must be a very proud man right now.
Yeah, it's an incredibly exciting moment, and to see Mariko Hill take that first wicket was something I know people back in Hong Kong will be up late at night cheering at their screens.
Ooh, that's well wide. Indeed, that'll be called a no ball off the pitch. First we've seen of those. Hopefully there won't be many. Swing and a miss on the free hit. Lamplau. Big personality. Spends a lot of her time in New Zealand, where her family are from. Plays with Susie Bates at Otago, her captain. Field today. That's better. Oh, chance. Not quite. Well through Asha. Redmayne moves to 33. In a moment, we're going to have World Cup winner Lydia Greenway joining the commentary. Just being plugged in here. A couple of technical issues here as we get the audio all sorted out. So one step at a time on opening night. They mark two players that have played a bit together at Otago there.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have a really good partnership, and I'm really excited to see the combinations and the way that all these teams go about shaping up tactically. Yeah, like I was saying, I think tactically all the teams coming together, a lot of people don't know each other, they've not played with each other. Bringing full members and associates together, it's going to be fascinating to see how the coaching and leadership teams shape up their sides. Do they match up the full members against full members? How are they going to approach things? It's going to be fun to watch.
Well struck. 100 up for the Warriors. Single from Redmayne. One ball to come in the 11th over, so well placed to have a pop at 180 or 200. Ooh. Sneaks through everybody. No wide signalled. We're working on the MCC rather than the ICC. Yes, it will be signalled byes. So end of 11 overs. 8 runs coming from that. 101 for 1 the score. That was that back of the hand slow ball that they were talking about at the cocktail function the other night, Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. We were speaking about that earlier, weren't we? And I was speaking to Brittany Cooper, and she was talking very highly, having faced Marina in the nets during one of their training sessions.
So 9 overs to go. Skipper on strike. Okay, Hill getting a second over as I welcome Lydia Greenway. You're all plugged in now and ready to roll. How are you, Lids?
Hi, Adam. Yeah, I'm good, thank you. I'm really enjoying watching the opening game. Obviously, there's been a lot of anticipation, a lot of hype around how the opening game's going to go, and already been treated by a brilliant innings from Hayley Matthews. Fine form. Wicket looked good as well, which is a good sign.
Yeah, your pitch report boiled down to grass on the track should be, well, there should be something there for the seamers, and maybe a bit of lateral movement, and that's been true so far. They've been able to trust the bounce, and that's what you want. It's a T20 strip, especially when the women are concerned. You see a pitch with pace in it. Hopefully it's a sign of things to come throughout the course of the next 12 days. Lids, you're coaching the Barmy Army in this competition. How have you gone about setting up a plan with so many players that have only met each other a couple of days ago? What's the process you've gone through?
Yeah, it's been a challenge from a coaching point of view. We've all come together, everyone's flown from different corners of the world. Firstly, have to try and understand what their strengths are as cricketers, and we've done a bit of prep, and then the biggest challenge really is making sure that they can gel as quickly as possible. I think the amazing thing has been just the amount of learning that has already gone on, the amount of sharing experiences, whether it's to do with cricketing, also outside of that. I think this is a great chance for people to learn about countries, different cultures. Yeah, it really is an amazing opportunity for everyone involved.
Far from that leg stump, it signalled a wide. I think, Mark, based on the interpretation that we're using here, the MCC laws of the game rather than the ICC blanket, bit stiff there. That wasn't far from taking out the leg stump.
Yeah, absolutely. I sat in the discussions with the umpires led by Simon Telfall about the way that they're going to judge wides. And yeah, I'll come to that in a minute.
Yeah, finds the gap. Nicely played, Redmayne. Just moving through the gears. Started slowly. Now finding the rope. He's up to 38.
Yeah, so going back to that wide rule, the umpires, if they feel that the batter could have played a shot, they could have got bat on it and they just didn't, that's not going to be called a wide.
Sort of more in keeping with what you might see typically in red ball cricket. Again, over the top of square, one bounce over the rope. Redmayne races into the 40s. That's her 7th boundary, back-to-back with Mariko Hill just dropping short. No fielder down there at deep backward square. That's help yourself stuff for Redmayne.
Yeah, I think the nice thing about Redmayne's in so far is she took a back seat when Hayley Matthews was going, and now she's been one to take over the enforcer role. So battership from Redmayne.
Deep backward square drops. No ball signalled, which will mean a free hit. Loppier over this from Hill after success to start the 4th no ball. Ready, called by the central umpires and not by the TV umpire in this competition. So umpires in charge are all over it, calling 4 of them already. Tough one though, well over the front line. Quite make the most of the free hit. Should get a couple, doesn't get a couple. Now it's the end of the over. 12 gone, 113 for 1. Make that 114 for 1. Just a little bit behind the score. But Redmayne, a good opportunity this for Lids for her when you think of the cricket ahead of her here. Some world-class bowlers. The Commonwealth Games squad for Australia will be named in the coming weeks. They'll be paying attention to this competition.
Yeah, Georgia Redmayne's been in brilliant form. I've seen a lot of her actually over in Australia playing in the Women's Big Bash League. She does excel in that format. Was over in New Zealand recently as part of the Australian World Cup squad. Just a sign really of how strong Australia are when you have someone like Georgia Redmayne like making that starting 11.
And I like she's a bit of a journey woman as well. She's been willing to move for her cricket and her work more generally. Hip-hop starting her 3rd over, giving plenty of air. Captain Sriharsha unable to get it out the middle. But yeah, in the case of Redmayne, of course, she has a day job, so to speak, as a doctor, but been to 3 different WBBL clubs across the 7 seasons, and the only player in this game uncapped by a country at this stage, but so close to that during the World Cup. Signalled accordingly. Got to think she's just about next cab off the rank, even though she's in a way competing with Alyssa Healy as the wicket. We've seen with Beth Mooney that she was also, in theory, competing with Healy. Got picked as a specialist bat some years ago now. Right about that depth, aren't you? I suppose that's the model for other countries, isn't it? Develop not only a nationally contracted team, but the level below with semi-professional cricketers playing domestic forms of the game, then you're sort of through to the semis without dropping a set, aren't you, in terms of trying to have a team that can compete at World Cup after World Cup.
Yeah, and for me that's the massive part of the game now in terms of the women's cricket. It's actually trying to make the nations who haven't got that robust domestic structure in place to actually try and build it and get more and more opportunities. And this is a great example. You know, many people will be watching this at home, and a lot of these players, they would have never come across before. So for these players, it's a great chance to put their hand up in other leagues around the world and say, right, I'm actually good enough to be here. That opportunity, let me show you what I can do.
Yeah, it's that shop window market. In your day job, as it were, at Cricket Hong Kong, you'd be seeing this is a chance for your players to have 2 weeks of high-quality cricket, and if they can perform and match it with the best in the world, well, they'll put their hand up for a Big Bash contract later in the year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's phenomenal for our players and every other associate player that's had an opportunity to be at the table, to soak in the knowledge and the atmosphere, but also measure themselves and realise that a lot of them, they do belong and opportunities could be coming.
Good to finish a fraction quicker. 13 overs gone, the Warriors 117 for 1. And players who are already travelling around the world to play. I mean, even in your Hong Kong setup, you've got a number of players based in Australia or New Zealand. They're playing club cricket and often playing the next level up as well in these competitions. I mean, the gap isn't as big as what we might think it is from time to time.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've seen in all aspects of the women's game, when there's been exposure and investment, there's been huge returns and huge rewards. And I think that's the vision behind this.
Jamari Adipadu, 10 runs taken from her first over, playing her first game for over 3 months. Of course, Sri Lanka didn't make it to the 2022 50 over World Cup in New Zealand. And a big blow for the veteran Adipadu, and she's a veteran now, 32 years of age. Just one out on the offside. But it doesn't matter when it's halfway down the track. Redmayne again able to rock back, make wonderful contact. With their 8th boundary, gallops to 48.
Another sign of how good this wicket is. I think generally, it's been pretty true. Bounce.
Pitching outside leg. Easy leg by.
And on that, Lydia, has there been much discussion about what par scores might be? What's the objective? I know everybody's coming in very blind.
Well, I can tell you, we're just very thankful that we're not the first game. I felt for these guys. Obviously, everyone's watching them, seeing how it goes. And I think from what I can see, it's a very, very good wicket. It's a quick outfield, small boundaries. I'm sure we see a lot of high-scoring games.
Kai, fast gloves, and I'll go upstairs to take a look at this. The back foot drag. Get a second look. Claire Politsak is the third umpire. First angle. When does it go up? Oh, I tell you what. That is going to be one of those we see many replays of, I fancy. If you want, you could build the case either way, I suspect. Second angle sheds a bit more. Puts down, but are any of those spikes behind the line? Nice and close here. Got the close-up here on Fairbreak broadcast. Lydia, your thoughts? I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Adam, tell you what, this is tight. I think the thing is that they're probably looking at is just the back part of the boot. Is there anything that is over that line?
Waiting for the decision to be confirmed as not out. So I suppose they've gone the old-fashioned benefit of the doubt there, which I don't mind really when it's not conclusive, and it'll be very difficult to be given out on that basis, I think, even though the camera was up nice and close. I don't think you could in good faith give Srinasha what we saw. Paddy continues.
I think there'll be plenty of wicket keepers out there thinking the other way, but coming in and keeping to bowlers that you've never kept before to is a challenge.
Especially spinners, I'd imagine, Liz, in terms of wicket keeping to finger spinners. You've got no experience in the nets, bar a couple of training sessions in the last 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely, and all those things that we take for granted, you know, the keeping to bowlers you've never kept before, the running between the wickets with a batter you've never batted before. So many challenges that these groups of players have to get to grips with very, very quickly.
Anything on that? Leg side wide. Poncharankai good back there, moving to her left. That could have been more than just the one run. He's an outstanding young keeper, the 21-year-old. Adelaide Redmayne's half century to end the over. They might take a second on the bobble. Happy with the one. So 2 half centuries for the Warriors openers. First Matthews and now Redmayne getting there in just 39 balls and 8 boundaries. 14 overs gone, 125 for 1, the Warriors. Generous applause from those in the ground tonight. Redmayne reinforcing that point we were making before, that she is a player of some class and taken every opportunity over the last couple of years in domestic cricket. Here at the top of the list. Impressive performance. Job not done yet though, 6 overs to go. We'll put them up around 180 if she can complete the job and bat all the way through. Of course, Redmayne, one of many, many wicketkeepers in this comp, Mark. We were doing our prep and doing our homework, and it seems as though every team's got about 4 stumpers. That'll be a big decision for the coaches to make. I don't know if you're in that boat, Lydia, with your team.
We could do with one, actually. We've only got one.
Can we do some trading? I can engineer it for you. I think Hong Kong used 3 wicketkeepers in their bilateral series against the UAE in just 1 week. From Lampley, good game awareness, but Harsha back in her ground.
Yeah, two wicket keepers used in the last 4-match series leading into this against the UAE, and another third one used in the World Cup qualifiers Asia region in November last year.
One out on the offside. Quickish single through. Overthrow. Some work to do. Keeper's end should get the run out and does. They'll go upstairs, but Poncharankai has surely run out Georgia Redmayne. Looked well short of her ground. The overthrow that wasn't really there. Redmayne was well past the stumps at the non-striker's end. Watching it back here. Oh, the dive. It's a good one. And she has got back. Well, how often do you see batters not put in a dive and miss out by an inch? But Redmayne, knowing she was in all sorts of trouble, Lydia, has timed it to perfection.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's something that you always need to get your players to do. Even though you think you might be safe, actually, you always make sure, just put that dive in when it's close. And the reason she got a bit caught is she ran so far back past the bowler's end, she had to turn around back to the keeper's end.
Skiddy from Lamplau, the Hong Kong international, bowling a second over. Missed out on the regional qualifiers last year, Mark, due to COVID, because she lives in New Zealand and the travel restrictions made it impossible for her to get in and out of her country of occupation at the moment. It's been most frustrating for those of you running the show, when you've had players who are part of your setup and integral to your setup, and they can't make it to the tournament that matters most.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of challenges that we faced there. All of our players that did manage to go to the tournament had to do 3 weeks, 21 days hotel quarantine on return, and as amateur athletes it was a phenomenal investment from all those involved. 21 days. There's that back of the hand slower ball again, picked up by Redmayne, taking a single. Got it above the eye line, which you need to do, maybe a fraction short. Redmayne to 53. Lids, we've done hotel quarantine a couple of times each ourselves.
That's usually 14 days or 7 days. 21. I'm having PTSD just thinking about it.
Yeah, I have to admit, 2 weeks. Done that a couple of times. At 3 weeks must feel like a lifetime.
Hope that's all behind us though in terms of the travel we do for the game. Oh, top edge. No fielder at short fine. Sriharsha gets a couple to finish the 15th over. Change of commentary too with the Warriors. 5 overs to go, 130 for 1.
Warriors 130 for 1. Dan Platter ball. Quick single here. Faced out to mid-off. Barsha, the captain of the USA, looking comfortable out there so far. Redmayne surviving that run out at the other end. Atapatu, Sri Lanka, she's in. Another drive. Whoa, there's going to be a shot at stumps. It's a miss. Had that been a direct hit, she could have been in trouble there. With Sriharsha running to the danger end.
Absolutely. Atapatu here trying to stop from her own bowling, couldn't manage. But the mid-off fielder was quite quick. It had hit. It would have been curtains. But not much luck in the field for the Falcons tonight.
No, they're going at quite a gallop, the Warriors here, aren't they, at 133 for 1, after Matthews scoring 58 off 35 deliveries. She really didn't hang around. That's a great strike rate. Good foot movement there from Sriharsha. There's going to be another shot at the stumps. A direct hit. I think she would have been out again. Rotating the strike here, but taking a few risks, these two. And of course, you look at these batsmen, they never will have batted before, I don't think. And, you know, communication is always a problem when you have a fresh team, fresh faces out there. Good looking shot from Redmayne. Seeing the ball well. Nice piece of fielding out there in the deep. Bashundhara, well fielded.
Some aggressive running to match that. We have seen some good fielding out in the deep. This time Bashundhara using her experience, she put the body behind the ball. It was travelling fast. Spinners now trying to go wide of Redmayne. She has been sweeping everything really well. After 16, 137 for 1. Employ in the bowling now, and definitely the Falcons would want a wicket here. They have got the run rate down a bit. At one point the Warriors were going 9+, now it's gone down to 8.54. That's a very good looking shot again for 4 runs.
Partnership now between these two. 2 of 42 deliveries. That's Redmayne and Sriharsha really getting on with it. They can afford to take risks. They've got plenty of wickets in hand. 9 wickets.
Absolutely, and they've got Mignon Dupriya still to come. who can be a very good finisher in a T20 game. And that single, boundary single, 6 runs of the first 3 deliveries.
Right, and that's Lamplau of Hong Kong, isn't it? Bowling.
Mignon du Preez, such a great ambassador for the sport, the mentor for the Warriors. Again, a very good shot, played in the gap. They will look for 2 runs. Excellent running there. Some aggressive running from both these batters.
Well, they're both looking comfortable, both Redmayne and Srihasha. They're not really being challenged at the moment. Looking too comfortable for the Falcons. To break them up, they're moving their feet well, to try and bowl to their weaknesses. And I'm sure each batsman has been studied in great detail and analysed as to what their weaknesses are.
You have to give credit to the Falcons team. They don't have the services of the 2 very experienced players. Madison Cap from South Africa, the all-rounder, she was not feeling well. Daniel White was just recovered from COVID. So hopefully she'll be joining the team in the next couple of matches. Single of the last delivery, 147 for 1. And Redmayne has played really well tonight. Yes, Hayley Matthews leading the way, but then she came, attacked the spinners really well, played the sweep shot really well, made sure it was in the gap, and then some very nice touches as well when the third was in. The pull shot was very good, mostly leg side dominated, but overall a very strong player.
Yeah, Redmayne, she's manipulating the field well. She's so comfortable out there. She played herself in. It was a slowish start, but she's accelerating now and forcing the field to readjust all the time.
3 overs left. What's the target they would be looking at the moment, the Warriors? That would have been out. That was some quick stumping opportunity there. Tried really hard there, but could not hit. Look at that, down the leg side. Missed it completely. That's an opportunity of a catch, and that's a wicket. Susie Bates, the captain, takes the catch. Tip-off from Thailand gets the first wicket, the second wicket for the Warriors. And the captain has to depart after making 16. Look at that.
Good foot movement from her, but she really didn't time it well. She gets underneath it, but not enough. Playing it a little bit too early. And, goes straight down the throat of Bates. We know that Susie Bates isn't going to drop it. She's picked the wrong fielder there. So that is the end of Srihasha for 16. Nice little cameo from her off 22 deliveries from the USA captain. Score 147 for 2 following that wicket.
What that wicket does is it brings Mignon du Preez onto the strike. This is how, and this is the dot ball, the first, another dot ball in this over. Good fielding again. If it hits it, it would have been another opportunity here for the Falcons. They are breaking the momentum a little bit.
They've certainly got a lot of batting to come, and Mignon du Preez coming out as a real veteran, scored an awful lot of runs. I scored 16 T20 internationals. 21. Team right now. There's a new batsman out there. Face her first delivery.
She is the mentor player for the Warriors, making sure that the captain feels supported. She's always been a team player, whether it's South Africa, whether it's any team she plays. A great character, Mignon du Preez. That's the wicket. Using her feet. Accelerating is not her natural game. Tried to do that. Easy catch to Suzie Bates. Another upper shot will go to the boundary. Mignon du Preez with her first boundary of the match. 152 for 2. The last 2 overs, Mignon du Preez, Redmayne, they'll be looking to add another 30 runs. As the pitch, you can see Suzie Bates still have to come and bat, so they would want to take that match away. Anything under 160, 165 will still be reachable, so they would want in the last 2 overs to make it big.
Well, we talked about pass scores earlier, and of course we've got nothing to compare it to on this pitch apart from the men's game, where we looked at average pass score in the first innings of being around 150, but the Warriors here are way ahead of that right now.
That's some inexperience in the bowling. Quite short. There was fielder there, but 2 in front of square. So easy pickings for Redmayne.
Yes, Lamplau of Hong Kong, you're right, showing a bit of inexperience. She's into her 4th over now. This will, of course, be her last. Economy rate of 8.5, so just looking a bit expensive and too short there.
Redmayne using the crease also. She was very deep when she played this shot. Of course, the keeper is up. Now the leg side field is going more squarish. The fine leg has moved more squarish as well. That's better bowling.
Yeah, a little bit fuller there. Just trying to reach for it, Redmayne. Seeing it well though, Redmayne. She's really in her groove.
Now with the pace, there's not much pace on offer. Suzie Bates has left that fine leg region quite empty.
She reached for that well, Redmayne. I think if she'd left it alone, it could have well been a wide, but we all know about T20 cricket. People move their feet. They've got dancing feet like tap dancers.
And the conditions of this tournament, if a batter is moving that much, the wide line is also going with the batter. So it was very good bowling from Lamplau this time, chasing the batter, bowling according to the field. There will be a couple of runs here.
A bit of a bottom edge on that, but I think got something on it. 2 more runs. And it looks like a handsome score to me here for the Warriors. They had a really good start, and you know, we can look at their score after 10 overs, which is the all-important score, of course, when we're looking at bonus points later on. It was 92 for 1 at 10 overs, and if they are ahead, they will get that bonus point, but we'll wait and see what the Falcons can do later on.
Was an opportunity there. Single has been stolen. Because they would be due and the fielding, there will be some of the fielders who are not as strong, so they would want to have some extra runs. They don't want just the pass score, they would want like something, another 20 runs added, another 15 runs added from here. Look at where she's standing, outside off stump. Good bowling there, because the fine field, there's no fielder on fine outside off stump after 19 overs, 160 for 2. This has been the journey for the Warriors. Very solid batting performance there, just 2 wickets down and 160 runs after 19 overs. They have got the run rate at a very stable position, paced their innings really well.
Well, Bashundhara back into the attack now. She took the new ball originally.
A misfield there, and it will have to go to the boundary, and Bashundhara is not impressed. Mignon du Preez, she's creating an impact. She's only faced 5 deliveries and already scored 11 runs.
Yeah, not happy with that. Bashundhara, she was the opening bowler with her right arm medium. But du Preez is a class act. Got to bowl tightly here. Wicket to wicket bowling. Can't give these batsmen any space to free their arms.
Kind of field she has, she might go outside off. Down the ground for 1 run, good ball.
Yes, it's constant rotation of the strike here, and any balls that are short and any balls that are bowled badly are just put away and pounced on by these two, du Preez and Redmayne. Partnership now worth 18 between these two, but du Preez's strike rate 200 at the moment, 12 off 6 deliveries. Redmayne, the left-hander facing.
That has been the challenge for the Falcons, the right and left-hand combination. Redmayne has batted throughout the innings and put pressure on Suzie Bates, the bowlers, the fielders, everyone. Lot of adjustment again. She's got 2 cut fielders on the cut. So definitely the plan is simple. It will be outside off. The plan was simple but very well executed by Redmayne. He used the crease really well, pedal swept it. There was no one on fine, 4 runs.
Yeah, very, very busy at the crease there, Redmayne, with her footwork, and gives herself plenty of time as well, just shuffling across, and a beautiful tap behind. A little ramp, flick of the wrists. Bashundhara into her last over now, going at nearly 8 and over.
9 runs of the first 3 deliveries, 169 already, the Warriors.
She is the bandana queen.
And the repeat, even better this time, just a couple of bounces there. And Bashundhara might not be expecting back-to-back shots like that, but excellent execution there by Redmayne.
Yeah, it's a good score here, and great manipulation once again by Redmayne, and she's just making it look easy at the moment, and moving her feet to great effect. Very settled there at the crease.
She knows her limitations. She has not hit a lot of runs down the ground, but she has used that square area and these lap shots really well. That's how you can be skillful, even if you don't have a lot of strength to go down, but you can just be skillful and use the field to your advantage. Some more changes in the field. Square leg fielder goes back, fine comes in.
Oh, giving runs away here at the moment. Coming back for that second. I mean, right to have a shy at the stumps, but stealing that second run.
You can see that the Falcons are quite under pressure. The body language tells everything, but look at that, Mignon du Preez, the boundaries in this over. 3 boundaries already. 2 from the bat of Redmond, 1 from Mignon, and some very aggressive running in this last over. Final ball. Down the ground. They will try to steal 2 runs. Look at Mignon, how quick she is. Excellent running, aggressive running from Mignon. And 17 runs of this last over, and Warriors finish with 177 for 2.
Yeah, look at this run rate here for the Warriors at 8.85. They're really stacking on the runs. And a handsome score. You have to feel for the captains and Susie Bate out there with her new team, getting used to the team. They've only known each other for 3 days. And I think they're having a break now. They're having a drinks break. Is that what's happening? Oh, sorry. Yeah. 177 for 2 after 20 overs.
And the target now would be 178 for the Falcons. And valiant effort. You know that you don't have those 2 senior players, but Susie Bates, being the captain she is, the player she is, has been encouraging throughout to this new team, this young team. Hayley Matthews started off really well with 58 runs, but it was Redmayne who stole the show with 80 runs of 61 deliveries. And Mignon du Preez striking 200 at 212 runs of just 6 deliveries.
Yeah, and it's all a first for these women out there as well. We know that it's the first T20 for women to play. And we've got the bowling figures now. Jahanara, who bowled 4 overs, her 0 for 35, is looking a bit expensive, going at 8 on her economy. And gosh, going at 11 an over.
And we are going to go down to Mel for a flash interview.
Yes, thank you. I've got Georgia Redmayne down here. New competition, but a familiar sight of you smashing the ball around. Were you having as much fun as it looked?
Yeah, it's good fun. It's definitely a bit warmer than probably back home. But yeah, I thought batting with Hayley. So I think my 3rd franchise team with her. So love partnering with her at the top. And yeah, she hit some absolute great shots. So I could kind of cruise through the start and yeah, kind of cashed in at the end.
You talk about great shots. What about that bit of innovation there at the end? Don't usually see you playing those shots.
No, not really. I had about a week's practice before I came here and practiced a little bit with Ashnofsky, my coach in Queensland, and yeah, just thought I'd try it out. I wanted to maybe do it early on when Alarm was bowling a bit wider, and Hayley's like, I'll save it to the end. So yeah, tried it out and yeah, it worked, so that was quite nice.
Well, it was entertaining to watch. Now, what do you think about the score that you've got up there? Because it looked like it was easy. Well, not easy. You made it look easy batting. But how easy or difficult is that going to be to defend out here, do you think?
I think runs on the board is always so important. I think it's a good wicket. Like when we arrived, we kind of came in and thought it looked like batting paradise. So probably not a bad thing to lose the toss and bat first, get a score on the board. And yeah, we got some good bowlers. So if we can get in good areas, put pressure on their top order and hopefully take some early wickets, it'll really set us up for a win.
And it must be exciting to be playing with so many new players as well. Did you have to sort of feel them out at the start when you came out to bat?
Yeah, a little bit. Obviously, Hayley I know really well. I've batted her in her plenty of times. But yeah, Sindhu from the USA, I think she's a great little work with the ball. And obviously batting with Mignon, someone I've always wanted to play with. And yeah, hopefully some more to come. And a lot of the associate girls as well over the course of the tournament.
Yeah, well, it was fantastic to watch. We'll let you go because I know you have to get the pads on and get out there and keep good luck in the second innings.
Yeah, I know. I think I need some water too. Thank you. Thank you.
And that's the target. Falcons need 178 runs at 8.9 runs per over in the 20 overs. And they've got the services of Shamari Atapatu, Susie Bates, so it's going to be a very good game. And we'll come back after a break for the rest of the action.
Welcome back to the Dubai International Stadium. The first innings of the SDG Fairbreak Invitational has finished. And it was a highlight for the side that got sent in, which surprised a few. The Warriors got away to a great start. Matthews 58. Redmayne polished them off at the finish with her 80. And some nice little contributions from the captain, Trihasa, Depriya at the end. And that 177 for 2 will be a very competitive score. Let's have a look at a few of the highlights. Georgia Redmayne and Hayley Matthews didn't leave much in the closet to start off with.
Yeah, Hayley Matthews there, she was swinging for the hills, and she hit the first 6 ever of the Fairbreak Invitational. That was that flying over there. The two of them looking very comfortable at the crease and showing perhaps what can be done here. Obviously the first innings, we haven't seen any of these teams play together, so maybe they're setting that bar high, but here was that wicket, Mariko Hill, and that was just taken inside the boundary there. And it was really good boundary awareness, but Georgia Redmayne, she was in such fine touch there. She's been in great form. She looked fab in the Women's Big Bash, and she was just absolutely loving it under the lights here at the Dubai International Stadium. Obviously, lots of these players not played in a stadium like this before. Even Mignon Dupree, who's been around a long time, spoke to her the other day, is not used to having it all the way around like this. So maybe difficult for fielders. There's that great catch there, so that was the second wicket. But it really was an indomitable performance there by the Warriors. The Falcons have got a lot of work to do when they go out there, but Captain Susie Bates knows what she's doing. She's been around the block a while. Lovely little touch there. Jahanara went for 17 off that last over, so it was a wonderful innings really there. It was a great display from Hayley Matthews at the beginning, showing why she's been around the block and been around for so long. If we look at the bowling figures here.
Yeah, it was a bit of a tough one, Jahanara being a bit expensive there. Gurung as well, going for 11.5 and over, and Arua. But what a wonderful moment that was for Marika Hill, taking the first wicket of Hayley Matthews. And she was a star with the bat, and now she's going to be behind the stumps. It's just down there talking to Georgia Redmayne.
Looks a bit red-faced there, Mel, but you'd expect that after that unbelievable innings. And now she's got to throw the helmet back on and do the wicket keeping.
Yeah, well, she's used to that. I don't think that'll bother her too much, as we see Susie Bates and Shamari ANTI-PIRACY coming out to open the batting. They've got a big task ahead of them, needing 178 runs on what looks like a good batting wicket. But as Georgia Redmayne had said, runs on the board, so important. That was lovely to see her playing some of those funky little shots at the end there. Something that no doubt Susie Bates, she can do. She can play those shots. One of the most experienced players in the world, Susie Bates, an absolute legend of the game. Yet to play a test match, which I know she would love to do. And Shamari ANTI-PIRACY, well, any Australians who were watching her in Bristol in the 27 World Cup remember how she took Australia's bowling lineup to pieces.
Yeah, and this is her first game in over 3 months, because obviously we didn't see Sri Lanka in that recent Women's World Cup, but we've all seen what she can do before. So yes, the Warriors have got that score on the board, but when you've got two openers coming out like this, you know, we saw what the Warriors openers did, and Susie Bates and ANTI-PIRACY at the crease. As a Falcons fan, you'd be quite happy to see that. Obviously Falcons without England star Danny Wyatt, who had COVID originally and came over, and so she's just getting into things. But it looks like we're going to have the West Indian Shamila O'Connell to kick things off.
And starts with the ball on the spot. Susie Bates watchful to the first. There's a slip in. O'Connell, she's can bowl the outswinger. I think she's a little bit nervous as well, though she's an experienced player. Bates, of course, the highest run getter in women's T20 international history. I'm not sure there'll be too many nerves from the Kiwi skipper. The bowl. Just a little bit of movement in towards the right-hander.
Shamila O'Connell, one of the most experienced opening bowlers going around in the international game, certainly for West Indies against Suzie Bates. It's one of the interesting things about this tournament is that how do the captains rotate these players when they know if they've got maybe a less experienced associate player in or one of the more experienced?
Well, that's Bates not hanging around there. That was up in the slot, and she slotted it back over. Well, it's not quite cow corner. Let's say wide long on for a 6.
We're going to call that textbook Suzie Bates there. She just watches it and just loosens up her arms. She doesn't even need to think about running there. We've all seen Suzie Bates do it before, and I'm sure it won't be the last time we see Suzie Bates do this.
Collar goes short because she's just been pounded down the ground when she's been full. Gets a dot there. So that's a little victory for the bowler. 3 dots and a 6. That's a 220 over if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, and we talk about rotating these bowlers and players coming from all over. This actually is the most diverse team in the competition, this Warriors side. They've got players from 13 nations, so that's really something the captain has to think about with her bowlers.
Short again in the air and just gets over the inner circle and falls short of the sweeper. Connell has decided to bang the ball in after being struck for the 6, and it's worked so far. ANTI-PIRACY gets the strike for the first time. Georgia Redmayne's doing a bit of gesticulating, just making sure that the deep backward square leg's in exactly the right spot. Sri Hasa, the skipper, at slip. And the other outfielder, and you're only allowed 2 in this opening 6 overs. He's down at third, fairly squarish there. Millie Connell, she's a bit fussy as well. Sorts out her backward square leg, gets the slip a bit finer. Needs them exactly where she wants them. Quick single, well run. 8 off the first. The Falcons away to a decent start. So there are the Warriors with that outstanding score after being sent in by the Falcons. That move hasn't paid off at this stage for Suzie Bates, but she's got the game back in her hands with the bat.
One thing you were mentioning there about getting the fielding positions right, it's another part of this tournament where everything is new. That they've asked for a little bit of leniency, the captains, in setting their fields when it comes to timing of bowling overs, because there might be a bit of a language difficulty in this and not quite knowing who's who. As we see Catherine Bryce come into the attack.
A little bit of swing for Catherine Bryce.
Yeah, she is one of those associate players that I think she might be the player who has played alongside or against the most others in this tournament, because obviously Scotland an associate nation, but she's been around in the franchises, Catherine Bryce, so she knows what she's doing.
It's in the air, but that will be safe, and that will be 4.
Well, they've seen what Hayley Matthews and Georgia Redmayne did, and they're following suit. Straying a little bit down the leg side and beautifully put away by ANTI-PIRACY.
Beautifully timed, but Miller Connell down there will pick up. They come back for 2. They'll have to hurry. They do. And just that piece of time, I've got Mel Farrell and Georgie Heath with me. That piece of timing to me just says this pitch is terrific. And the fact that you can play square of the wicket with such safety, this is just a belting pitch for this style of cricket.
Come on, girls. Gotcha.
Nearly, no, just sneaks past with a toughie. It would have been a great stop, let alone a great catch.
Yeah, it just had the legs to reach the boundary there, that one. If we just look at this, and ANTI-PIRACY just watching it there, and it's just past the diving fielder there. And Catherine Rice it's been expensive so far, but she's been around. She's played in the Trent Rockets in the 100 last year, so she'll recover quickly here.
Yeah, nice, Bryce.
Nicely bowled, just taking the pace off it. Catherine Bryce, well, she's certainly a claim to fame. The ICC's Associate Women's Player of the Decade. That's 2011 to 2020, so he knows how to handle the pressure. This is in the air, but safe. Will it go for 4? No. Landed fairly softly. They'll pick up 2 to finish the over. The Falcons are 20 for no wicket.
You see that pick up there from Hayley Matthews. So yeah, 2 overs in, the Falcons 20 for 2. It's not quite been the blistering start we saw from the Warriors, but we just...
Marietta Patu just showing a bit of early glimpses of form with someone who hasn't played for 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, you wouldn't mind that as you're coming back to cricket, having been away for a while. And yeah, 13 from 7, almost a 200 strike rate there. So it's one of those things, you know, if you're that good, time away, it means nothing in that. You just want to get back out on the pitch, enjoying it. And this is fresh for everyone, so it's almost like everyone's been away from this for a while. So yeah, 20 from 2 here. It looks like Hayley Matthews is coming on here. She'll be feeling very confident after that batting performance, so we'll be hoping to do the same with the ball.
Well, we've talked about maybe the good bounce in the pitch, but I can't see too much spin.
No, I think ANTI-PIRACY got it to turn a little bit earlier, but there doesn't seem to be a lot in here. But Hayley Matthews varies the pace a lot.
Good shot, well fielded. Not particularly well thrown.
Yeah, Hayley Matthews, it's amazing. There are times when you watch her, she's almost bowling medium pace, and then there'll be other times when she slows it right up. She's very canny as a bowler in that way. So much experience, of course.
That is quite a late cut. Once again, when you can trust the bounce, you can play those strokes.
Well, as we were discussing earlier, it's wild to me that there have been no women's T20s matches played at this ground. So it's all been a bit annoying, but that was just all class from Susie Bates. Just waited and waited calmly to the right moment.
They square again, doesn't beat the field.
Yeah, they're struggling to get it through that infield there, aren't they? So the great bit of fielding here from the Warriors. Susie Bates and ANTI-PIRACY perhaps might be a little bit frustrated here, especially when you've got the class of Hayley Matthews with that little skip that she does at the beginning.
Well bowled, a bit of pace of it, a little more flight. They pick up 2, so it's a nice piece of batting as well, but nice piece of flight. Bates is looking to go down the ground, beaten in flight, plays it late. Terrific cricket.
Yeah, that's that sort of change up that I was talking about with Hayley Matthews. She has a few tricks in her bag.
And this one requires no tricks. That is just belted. One bounce for 4. The third over finishes. The Falcons are off to a flyer.
Yeah, so as this one went, there was actually a shouted catch, but I don't think there was anyone getting anywhere near to that one. Susie Bates just finishes it, holds the pose, finds the boundary, as we have been so used to her doing throughout her career. A little fist pump there with ANTI-PIRACY. All smiles out in the middle there for the Falcons as they get going.
Good chase. They need a tick under 9 and over, and they're away to a tick over 9 and over. The power play has been fruitful for the Falcons so far.
Undoubtedly keeping an eye on that score as well, that bonus point too. Perhaps playing in the mind, wanting to get off to a good start to match the start that the Warriors got earlier.
Well, I was going to say well bowled. I thought it was well bowled.
I thought exactly the same. I thought it was nice and full there, but that, you know, that's the class of these two players. Just straight back down the pitch, and picked up by Catherine Bryce here, bringing back on. But that was just lovely. Look at that. She's just dug that one out and just rolled away to the boundary. Really nice play there from ANTI-PIRACY.
ANTI-PIRACY was Pravardhani's captain, of course, for Sri Lanka, so she does know this bowler pretty well. Knows what to expect. Perhaps reminding her who's still in charge.
Oh, good attempted sop. It's another force of the Sri Lankan challenge is going in favour of the batter at the moment.
Yeah, that was just a loose delivery there from Pravardhani to bowl at full in the end. It was a full toss.
Little arm ball, I think. It just drifted away, but you said got the length wrong. I think the seam is really like an outswinger. Priya just says, don't worry about it. The next one. There it was. That was the previous delivery at the right length.
Yeah, she's got that in her locker, hasn't she? She's just, ANTI-PIRACY was all over the shop with that one, completely baffled by that. So yeah, you know, she's got a little something going on there, reminding her that it's not all about the batting here, despite what we might have seen so far. So it's nice to see a little bit of variation there.
Bowls the same delivery again, but this time ANTI-PIRACY waits on it and is happy for a 2 rather than trying to play the big shot for a boundary.
It's a nice bit of outswing again from Pravardhani. Bowled beautifully at the whacker against Australia. T20 World Cup in 2020. It's tore through them. Well, she gets the line wrong there, just straying on the leg side. Too full again, and ANTI-PIRACY just puts that away with utter contempt. 4 runs.
The fans are loving it. Yeah, you can just see that one. She's just not found a line there, and ANTI-PIRACY is far too classy a player to miss out on that one. She'll eat those ones up all day long, and it's another boundary there. And they are really motoring here, aren't they, these Falcons?
Bowled, good delivery to finish, but an excellent over for the Falcons. 42, but no loss.
Well, I was down there earlier listening to the music, and it feels like a real party atmosphere down there. A few fans coming in, obviously enjoying themselves. I was having a little bop as well.
That's what we love to hear, Mel. And yeah, that's what's so nice, because you can just come in for free. So bring your friends, bring your family, and obviously we're going across the world here on the stream, so it's lovely that we've got so many people involved, and just people in the area just loving getting behind this incredible inaugural Fairbreak Invitational. And we've got some of the world's biggest names in women's cricket on show here, so why not come down and watch and have a party?
Matthews commences her second over with a dot. Still in the power play, just 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. Oh, that's a terrific stop. Tough when they bounce that high. The bowler appreciates the effort. This time Bates comes down and just hacks it off the inside edge. Isn't it a great challenge? 2 great players going at each other.
Yeah, and these two have played against each other so many times before. Lots of hard-fought battles in the end, and this time, well, Suzie Bates tried to charge her, just ended up touching the inside edge. Lucky she didn't chop on.
Oh, not this time, Suzie.
Yeah, Hayley, she was up to that one. She saw it coming. She's been around long enough to be able to combat that from Suzie Bates.
It's like cuts in the air. Oh no, it's put down, I think. Did it carry?
Or Prabhadani, who held that previous over, time had the chance into a right, and it did, popped into the hands, straight out again. The frustration very clear.
Bates looks down the ground this time, but uses the inside edge and still gets 4.
Yeah, it was a shame with that catch there. She got herself in a good position. She got low and she just spilled it. Maybe just a little bit of nerves there going in the first game. Hard hands, you know, just watch that one in normally, but she's just spilled that, and I guess the Warriors will be hoping that they don't rue that one, because we all know that Suzie Bates could get motoring from there. You know, she's given a chance. She's going to perhaps capitalise on that and look to go big. She's already got the 4 to follow.
Plays back. Gets a signal well fielded by the skipper. Extra cover.
Yeah, we only saw a couple of wickets fall in the first innings. It seems like it's one of those games, one of those pitches where the chances are few and far between. So come along. Really don't want to drop them.
Matthews around the wicket to the left-handed Patu. Finishes with a dot. Well bowled, just 5 off the over. 47 for none.
How costly that drop catch might well be. Prabhadani there at point had the chance to remove Bates on 15. Not the toughest chance either. So Connell starting her second over. West Indies veteran. Oh, Sky, second opportunity. Hanging high in the air. Doesn't make it. Doesn't get there. Yasmin Khan underneath it. Just misjudged it, is he?
Quite getting into position early enough. On then, just not getting under it. It's another drop. for Falcons.
Like a bit of confusion there with Martinez from Argentina. 50 partnerships up, 5.2 overs, 50 without loss. Bates has 23 of those, Mark Farmer.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for a lot of players. First experience playing under lights. Taking the high catch under lights is never easy at the best of times, but if you've never had that experience, some of them might have to learn the hard way.
Absolutely, it's a new experience for so many players, isn't it? Particularly for some of these associate players. You've got the dew, you've got the lights. It's quite an overwhelming experience anyway, with all the TV cameras on you.
Big quicker from Connell there. Yeah, it's worth noting that the Falcons are playing without Marizan Cap, Brittany Cooper, Danny Wyatt. Very experienced stars.
Marizan Cap, I think she's got a bit of sickness going on, hasn't she, at the moment?
Yeah, it's not well. Wyatt coming back from illness as well. Nicely struck and placed ANTI-PIRACY into the 30s in style.
Got a lot of experience out there right now, haven't we, with ANTI-PIRACY and Bates with Canal bowling. That's a real class act. That was played late and cracked away.
He hasn't played a lot of cricket since the Big Bash finished last year. Had a good season, averaged 30 in that competition. Drop. Looked like it carried. Mignon Dupree in there.
Certainly slapped hard at her here.
On the up. Did he get there? Yep, did comfortably. So 3 opportunities missed now, the Warriors. Over deep backward square. Another boundary. The end of the power play. Falcons 58 for none. ANTI-PIRACY. A couple of boundaries in that over. So 93, what's required for the Falcons to pick up the bonus point. A reminder that it's one of the 4 points allocated for the team that's ahead after 10 overs. That certainly helps. Egover to finish the power play. Taking to the pace of Connell. A swing of the arm to reinforce that we've entered the middle overs, the second phase of this Falcons chase. 178 for victory. Up and Bryce swung around to the Emirates Road end.
Catherine Bryce's sister is also playing in this tournament, Sarah, who's a wicket keeper.
Class from Bates. On the back foot, steering away. We mentioned they're a fraction understaffed tonight, the Falcons, but with this experienced pair on the tools, they're in the box seat.
Just showing her class there, steering it down to third man region with an open face, perfectly executed and guided.
Bryce, an important part of the equation for the Warriors. Really impressed in the 100 last year, getting an opportunity. Trent Rockets. Again, Bates using that extra pace. 2 on this occasion. Barney doing the tidying up. Yes, with that. Bryce getting that chance in the 100 last year. She certainly took it at one stage. I think she dotted up Tammy Beaumont, who was the #1 ranked batter in the world at the time. 8 scoreless deliveries in a row before getting rid of it. So it just gives you a feel for the fact that she can compete with the best of them.
Absolutely, and she's known for her in-swing, isn't she? A prodigious in-swing from Catherine Bryce.
He was the Associate Player of the Decade between 2011 and 2020. Around a long time. Still just 24 though.
Yeah, nice, Brycey. Well done.
See, after those last couple of shots down to third man, a field set change. Mid-wicket coming across the short third man and opening up that mid-wicket region.
So 3 out on the leg side at backward square, deep mid-wicket, long on, a deep cover.
That's right, with women's T20 you're allowed 4 outside of that inner circle, that 30-yard circle, instead of 5, which is for men's.
Yeah, just on Bryce, I think the fact that England have moved to a semi-pro and now having the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy and the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which Bryce has been part of with the Lightning. Indeed, she captained the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy team back in 2020 at the start. It does give opportunities for players that are living in the UK who aren't English, Scottish sisters that you mentioned, and players that are able to come over and play from Wales as well. Pitched outside the leg, easy decision.
Yeah, she's also a very accomplished musician, Catherine Bryce. She plays the violin and clarinet to grade 8, and I know that her sister also plays 2 instruments as well, so really multi-talented family.
Overachiever.
We're just jealous up here. Commentary box.
Deeply. ANTI-PIRACY retains the strike. Partnership continues to build. 7 overs gone. The Falcons 66 for none. Imagine that, clocking the violin and thinking, I'll may as well finish the clarinet too. Grade 8. I mean, that patient.
Yeah, which she's obviously got her bowling and her cricket as well. But real experience here, still at the crease.
An experience here. Celeste Rack, the leg spinner, played a lot of cricket around the world, currently for Ireland. Grew up in Australia. Played in the Women's Big Bash League.
Wily leg spinner.
Yeah, good drift, I like that. That's the right call through the stump like there. You could see that going across the left-handed ANTI-PIRACY and enough grip as well.
Variation she's got here. You've got to have them in T20 cricket. Use the crease, use the angle of your run-up as well.
Above the eye line, but put away. ANTI-PIRACY reaching it on the full. Into the 40s she goes with her 8th boundary. 22 deliveries. The Falcons going at just on 10 and over. They've got this chase under control with this pair in the middle.
Old-timer with the Fairbreakers is Celeste Rack, having played in 2019 and 2020. He's been around the world with Fairbreak, Australia and to England.
Yeah, I like her story, the fact that she's working in Dublin as a physio now, as a contracted island player, but yeah, grew up in Australia, spent some time studying in Dubai, where her family were living at the time. So yeah, she's been around the world a couple of times. And games in the Big Bash for the Hurricanes. Full again, all the way. Yep. ANTI-PIRACY was seeing them beautifully. Helped along by the full toss there, it must be said. That's the first time she's cleared the rope. She moves to 46. Just had to wait on that, not try and overhit it. Knowing full well, in all probability, it was going to be called an above waist-height no ball too.
Absolute gift there for ANTI-PIRACY. You're seeing it like a big bus at the moment.
The correction. 6 more. Reaches the 50 in 25 balls. That's the third half century we've seen tonight, but that's the most impressive of the 3. Back-to-back 6s to reach the milestone. Chamari Adapadu putting the foot down at the right time.
Phenomenal striking. The correction, and it got dispatched. They'll be ruining those drops.
Very damaging. And look at that strike rate of 208 for ANTI-PIRACY. Just showing her experience.
That's where Rack needs to be, but an expensive over. 16 runs coming from it. The Falcons, 82 without loss. So 11 runs needed from 12 deliveries here for the Falcons to get that bonus point. 1 of 4 on offer this evening here at Dubai Sports City. 96 from 72 to complete the job. Adapadu striking at 200. Pressure also now. Sindhu Sriharsha, the captain of the Warriors, to make good decisions here. Her opposing number Bates on strike. Oh, shout. Was there a little edge there onto the pad? No, the decision.
Not a great appeal with zeal, I think, from the bowler there, Catherine Bryce. It wasn't a full war cry.
Yeah, it's an interesting option from Susie Bates. There's a short third man there and plenty of space out there on the leg side.
Across the line, an easy single down there to long on. One of 3 fielders on the leg side. Lauren Ackenbach, Kim Cotton, the umpires tonight. They were officiating in the World Cup final only a month ago in New Zealand. Ackenbach, just 25 years of age, already top of her field.
Partnership up there for these two, for Bates and ANTI-PIRACY. Sorry, 83 off 50.
Put it this way, if they're batting in 50 balls from now, it's just about game over. Straight back over Bryce's head. Have that. That's the best strike of the ball we've seen tonight. Adapadu's third 6 in the space of 5 deliveries. The Falcons are cruising. 89 for none.
Really gets underneath that, does ANTI-PIRACY, and gives it everything. Beautifully timed as well, as straight as you like. B.
Just 3 full member players in this team, Mark. If they can pull this off. Now I know it's hard to the depth chart of the first game. They can get over the line here, knowing that Danny White returns, Marizan Cap, Brittany Cooper in all probability will be available for the next game as well. This will be quite a result to lay a foundation under the season.
Yeah, and it's advantage Falcons at the moment. They're in a dominating position with a huge amount of momentum. And if they can pull this off, it'll be a phenomenal effort. But the Warriors will know if they get 1 wicket, they can open up an end. With the Falcons missing out on a number of those 4-member batters, if they can just open up one end, they could change this game very quickly.
Well, they've got the experience at the top with Bates and ANTI-PIRACY, but we have to look at what's to come here.
Bates want 2, and that she'll be happy to retain the strike. She's 32. Falcons 91 for none after 9. Yeah, that's right. In terms of what's to come, we've got Petra Satish Carter to come in at 3 from the UAE. And then Nanapat Koncharonkai at 4, the 21-year-old from Thailand. Mariko Hill, the Hong Kong all-rounder, at number 5. So, yeah, there's a distinct lack of experience there. Century here from Adapadu. Took a while to get going, but when she did, clicked into gear. Wonderful striking of the ball. 3 big 6s along the way. Got to the half century with a big 1-2. Adapadu's last 11 innings in T20 cricket has netted her 534 runs at 49 and a strike rate of 147. Ended the Big Bash season wonderfully, an unbeaten 70 against the Adelaide Strikers. Now Susie Bates, the Falcons captain, steer them to a bonus point. And just 2 runs in this over. Hayley Matthews has the job to do for the Warriors. Already bowled 2 overs.
2 more runs needed for this bonus point at the 10 overs mark. They've got to beat 92 at 10 overs, haven't they, to get that bonus point.
Around the leg side. Had a bit on that. Turn towards Bates.
And coming back to Hayley Matthews, looking to get that breakthrough. The big 4-member to 4-member matchup.
Takes on the misfield, does it easily. Yeah, I think we'll have a bit of that through the Fairbreak Invitational. It'll be, not always, but occasionally, when it's full member player against full member player, it'll focus the attention. Of course, Hayley Matthews now 24 years of age, but feels like she's been around forever. Made her international debut 8 years ago. I interviewed her not long after she had that World Cup winning performance in 2016, and she's still like, well, maybe I'll be an Olympian as well. I throw the javelin, and she won the national championship at age 15 in the javelin. She's like, well, you know, maybe I'll do both. Be the best all-rounder in the world. Go to the games and compete. Didn't end up going through with that, but it's a bit about her ambition. Likeable character. Ooh, gives her a rip too. Straight past the outside edge.
Great variation there from Hayley Matthews. She does like to vary the pace a lot. Got to do that. She's using the crease as well. She knows how settled this batsman is, ANTI-PIRACY.
Nice sharp gloves there from Redmayne as well. First time she's really been in the action this evening. Played late. There's the bonus point. For the Falcons, a quarter of the way there, recognised by the dressing room.
So what's the take on spin here? Do we feel we're getting much grip and turn? I think we're getting a fraction of grip and turn.
Couple of fielders there for that very shot, but Bates bisects them. Moves to 37. That's her 4th boundary to go with a 6, and everything's going right for the Falcons. A few drop catches going their way, and now Bates not in complete control, but between the 2 fielders on the edge of the circle. 4 more, 97 for none.
Yeah, the wicket's interesting. I mean, it's a new wicket. Talking to the head curator, he said it's a fresh one, and I think we're going to see the best out of it over the next 2 games.
Bates in defence as Drinks prepare to come onto the field. The halfway mark. The Falcons need 81 runs from 60 balls. They're in good shape with Bates on 37, ANTI-PIRACY on 60. They're 97 without loss. Change of commentary after the break.
very enticing target. They got the bonus point, but they've had a bit of luck on the way.
Yeah, it was unlucky. There was that drop there of Susie Bates, and you just can't really afford to drop her. And then again, just skied it there. Perhaps difficult under the lights there. Just couldn't quite pick that one out. And then there was this final one that had some spice on it there from ANTI-PIRACY. But yeah, unlucky. Put down by Mignon de Vries. He's normally so reliable in the field there. So Falcons currently 97 at the halfway mark in their innings, needing 81 from 60. ANTI-PIRACY, you would never think she'd been away from the game, really, would you?
Timing the ball superbly. Particularly against her fellow country person. Back on.
We've got a nice little game of cat and mouse going on here, haven't we?
It's 5 inside the circle of the power play. That in the air, but there's no one away behind square leg. That is a perfectly safe stroke.
Yeah, and that's the 100 up there for the Falcons. And so now 77 from 59. ANTI-PIRACY is all smiles. She plays these all day. She's just dug that one out, flicked it over, and she just admired it as it's gone. It's just a lovely piece of batting there from her.
And it's a free hit on the leg side. They've only got 4 on the leg, 5 on the off, and I think Pro Bardani trying to bowl offside to score for the covers. And they pick up the quick single, they do. Well run.
So these two here are the only 2 Sri Lankans in the tournament, and we're seeing them doing it all at the moment. So that's nice, exciting there for the Sri Lankans, who we obviously didn't see in the Women's World Cup recently, but they're showing the talent that Sri Lanka has coming through in the women's game. And obviously ANTI-PIRACY, who's been around for a while, and we can see why with this batting performance from her.
Air given. Ball smashed through extra cover. Mignon de Vries fields brilliantly. They get 2.
That's a phrase we hear quite a lot, really, isn't it? Mignon fields brilliantly. She was unlucky with that drop earlier, but she's so dynamic in the field, and I think that's something, having a player like that in your side. Like we said, this Warriors team have got players from 13 nations, so they'll be looking at that kind of fielding, and she's going to want to show them what she can bring to this game, and they're always picking up on that kind of activity in the outfield.
It's full. Chopped out by Bates. That's a victory for the bowler at this stage, just a single.
No, very much so. So they're needing 73 from 56. So if you can just keep it down to singles, keep those boundaries to a minimum, we could be in for a very tight finish here. They'll just be hoping for that wicket. Just break this partnership, and it's anyone's game.
Bowled.
That's 26 dot balls this innings. You just want to build that pressure. You know, dot ball's a hot ball. We've all said it since growing up as little youngsters playing cricket. So build those dots.
This short and quicker and beats the bat. But no success for the bowling side. 105 for none after 11.
So here we go, the Falcons 105 from 11 overs so far. As we see at this point, the Warriors were 101 for 1. So coming on to bowl here, we've got Esha Oza. We've got best of 3 for none. So they played in 25 matches, so she knows what she's doing.
Unfortunately, on this pitch, you only have to be fractionally short and you pay that penalty. So the local UAE girl off to a bad start with the ball. Bowling's one of the best in the world.
Yeah, one of the best in the world. Susie Bates is going to eat those up all day long, really. She's played herself into this innings as well. Her and ANTI-PIRACY, all smiles in the middle there. Nice fist bump. And yeah, the local player will just be thinking about that first ball. I think you just got to flush that one and try and recover.
Better. Well bowled. The change in the field, they sent a deep backward square leg out just where Susie Bates had played that last shot. Can't say it feels a bad bowling, but that was a good delivery. Wider, full attempting. Bates is too good.
Oh, even Mignon Dupree can't get to that one. It was tried to field off her own bowling there, Escher, but she just couldn't quite get to that one. Yeah, Bates, that's lovely. You can see that, the eyes on that one, straight back down. And that's a lovely fall from her there. So yeah, the pressure is off a little bit there. They tried to build a few dots, and Mignon Dupree is all smiles still, but even she couldn't reach that one.
Bates is so hard to bowl through. She comes down the pitch, it's well bowled, the bowler sees it, drags it shorter, but Bates still gets it away off the back foot.
Yeah, and it's one of those, I guess, she's just so seasoned. She knows she's got the whole game.
I think that's clever bowling from Oza. Wider. Bowling to a field, 5 on the off, 4 on the leg. Nice and slow. I mean, this is such a good batting wicket. The pace is there all the time, but you slowed that down a great deal. Bowl it wide of off stump, and he's happy to give away that single. Just a single off the last ball there. So a good comeback from Escher Oza. But the Falcons, they're still on their way. 115 for no wicket. Dinier, and this, oh no, it's put down. Catherine Bryce, yeah, then she is so reliable in the field.
Oh, she's going to be gutted by that one. That was the chance there for the Warriors to make that breakthrough. So ANTI-PIRACY just took the swing at it. Catherine Bryce, you can see she's got herself in position, and she's just juggled it at the last minute, and it's gone over the boundary as well, just to rub that extra bit of salt in the wounds there.
Well, there was some bragging rights up there between the two Sri Lankans. Yeah. And unfortunately, the fielder couldn't complete the deal.
Oh, she was so unlucky with that one. You feel for the bowler in that situation, but you also feel for Catherine Bryce. You know, she's such a good player, and she would expect herself to take that 10 times out of 10 pretty much, and then she's just spilled it at the last minute.
Susie Bates clubs it down the mid-off for her half-century. So the prolific Kiwi continues on her merry way in T20 cricket.
Yeah, the lead from the front there, Susie Bates. You know, she's not gone too hard, too fast. You know, 50 from 37. I mean, it's not exactly slow, really, is it? But you know, this is T20 cricket. You can see these ridiculous scores at pace. But Bates is just doing what she does best and setting this foundation for the chase.
In the air again, but this is straight. This is unbelievably poorly hit, and therefore it doesn't carry to the field. And that's some days, that's just the way it goes to the bowling side.
Yeah, it seems to all be flying in the way of the Falcons at this moment, doesn't it? You know, Susie Bates and ANTI-PIRACY out in the middle there, and Warriors they just can't catch a break.
Another one beats the bat. That just adds to the frustration.
No, I think it does. But also, it's interesting, this innings, because it hasn't really felt like it's had those, you know, the fireworks that we saw in the first innings. When we saw Hayley Matthews going at it early on, it looked like just every ball was hitting the boundary, but they're up with that run rate really here.
Go down to long on. Catherine Bryce takes extra care over that one, picks it up cleanly. 123 for no wicket. Terrific partnership between the Kiwi and the Sri Lankan. Got the Falcons heading for a victory. The Warriors need a wicket. Well, finding it hard to describe that, Georgie.
Yeah, I was like, Jeff's not speechless ever, but yeah, I mean, anyone who's slightly even 2 years less seasoned than Susie Bates would have just left that for the wire, but she's followed that. Redmayne's gone with her, you know, she's a very able wicketkeeper. She's followed Susie Bates out wide, but down on one knee and just off to square leg boundary. Just class from Bates.
And again, but this time the fielder is out there. Shirley O'Connell cleans up behind square leg. I mean, it's so hard to bowl to someone like Bates under these situations. She's hitting it well and she's moving all over the crease. Even the ball that got hit for 4 was a good reaction from the bowler. Chased the batter outside the crease, still got hit for 4.
Yeah, she really makes you question yourself, doesn't she? And that's the last thing you want in this situation.
One passed well inside the blade, so that's not a wide. The new interpretation. Well, that was pretty hittable, to be honest. Batu comes down. Oza's finished her overs well. She's conceding early on, but she's learning rather quickly. Bates thinks it's pretty funny, and that's going away for 4 somethings.
Yeah, so Bates is raced on to 60 here from 42. So 45 needed from 37. If we just look at that again there from Susie Bates, she's thought about that so early. She's rotated her hands and she knows exactly what she's doing with that. She's so inventive with the bat, Susie Bates.
Catch it!
In the air and out! Oza's persistence pays off. Well bowled her.
And it looked like that was Catherine Bryce there to take that wicket. That was, you know, she dropped one earlier, but yes, there she is, Catherine Bryce. She's going to be so chuffed with that. Really made up for it. And Oza is absolutely over the moon. Catherine Bryce, you can see the determination on her face there. I am not dropping this on Susie Bates. You're mine. On your bike. Back to the dugout. Look at the joy on Oza's face there.
The Falcons make the breakthrough they so desperately needed. Susie Bates go for a classy 60, 133 for 1. Well, the fall of Susie Bates's wicket The UAE player, Satish, gets her opportunity, and what a great opportunity. The game's still in the balance. You're one down. You're following the world, one of the world's best players, and you're in your home ground, playing in this stadium for the first time. Well, when I say home state, but the first time ever on this ground. So what a marvellous moment for Satish. In the air, it's safe. Well, 2 wickets and 2 balls may have changed this game. Marietta Padu gets away with that one.
Yeah, you know, they've got the excitement up there here. You can feel it from these Warriors batters. There's the catch from Catherine Bryce. It was low down. That was more difficult than the first one, but there's no chance she was dropping that one. Susie Bates looking a little bit disappointed there not to be able to help her team over the line.
Ball goes short. Adipatu hooks and gets the placement perfect.
And just bisected the 2 fielders there. A little bit irritating for Connell there, but nothing really. Celeste Rack just couldn't quite get to that one. So here she goes for that hook. She plays so well, left-handed batter again there. So then there's our Argentinian representation there, and she just couldn't quite make it either. So here we go. Number 1.
Short again. And Jamila Connell's paying some penalties here. That is a terrific stroke.
Yeah, I think she needs to change it up a bit here. It's not working for her at this point. So it's gone for consecutive 4s there from Connell. So maybe she needs to look to change it up a bit, because ANTI-PIRACY is going to swing, and she's going to swing hard as the Falcons make this chase. There's just a little discussion there between the 2 West Indians out in the middle, Connell and her captain Hayley Matthews. They're just wondering what they can do to stop ANTI-PIRACY.
And it's a good time to have a chat. Let's just slow the game a little, consider what we're doing. Are we clear about our plans? Is the field right? Take a couple of breaths and bring the game back to your rhythm. And her rhythm is short, but they get the field right. Mariana Martinez out there from Argentina. Good arm.
Watch this one again there. Yeah, there's another short ball there, and ANTI-PIRACY is just swinging the umpires out of the way. Quick dive there. She's fine, but yeah, stop there. Always taught that long barrier from a young age, and it's going to work. It doesn't stop in your hands, it hits your body. Stops the 4. It's only 1 off that one. So Connell with 2 to come in this over.
Welcome to international cricket.
Yeah, I mean, we said stop playing the short ball, but I guess it's a bit different when you've got the less established UAE player there, Satish, and she's much smaller than ANTI-PIRACY, and she's not been in for so long, not got that experience. So yeah, I think Connell's going to bring that fire, bring that short ball to her, and just give her a little bit of a bite at the beginning.
And beautifully played. Watched it all the way, dropped the hands. That was signs of some class there. They don't take the signal, and it's 144 for 1 off 15.
Well, it's been a story of 4 drop catches in the Falcons' chase. 3 coming in 9 balls inside the power play, and then Chamari Adipatu put down on 66 by Catherine Bryce. She's now on 84 from just 45 deliveries, and, well, the Falcons are in cruise control. couple of wickets could change that. Past the edge. Isha started well here. She's got the wicket. Bit of extra height. Gets the ball through.
Yeah, breaking up that partnership. 133 between Bates and ANTI-PIRACY for that first wicket. So well played, the UAE.
Down. Yeah, great dots, girls. Great dots here.
Nice shot for Nunn. Mignon Depriya in the circle there at mid-off.
Yes, Isha Ozo, born in India, and she made her debut for the UAE in 2018.
A couple of years ago when the ICC put together their own associate team in 2019, feels like a couple of years ago, she was part of that, so she has that experience at the next level up. Sachin Tendulkar that said she had the talent to go all the way when he saw her playing as part of that squad, so yeah, player of some ability. Looking forward to seeing her with bat in hand through the tournament as well. Really goes for it.
Yes, I mean, she got that 158 not out against Bahrain.
Yeah.
Which is pretty incredible. Very attacking batsman.
He was able to kind of manage that dance between playing domestic cricket in India whilst playing for the UAE.
Oh, nice. Well done.
This is a good over at an important time, and it is worth noting that the Falcons won't bat deep compared to the Warriors, that is, owing to the fact that they are missing Wyatt and Marizan Cap, the #1 ranked all-rounder in the world, not playing this evening.
Down, Ish. Keep up, keep up.
Keeper's the call, and Matthews would have needed to have collected and thrown in one svelte motion, and neither were the case. They get through for a single.
Great running there from Satish. She took it early, ran it quick. It was a bit of a fumble in the field, but it was a good single. Got to keep rotating this strike. They'll want to be bowling at Satish, of course.
Catch it.
Up Ish, out to the rope, all the way. The 150's up. ANTI-PIRACY into the 90s. 4 overs to go. They need 26 runs. The Falcons, they're 152 for 1.
Yeah, you just look at this run rate, 9.5.
Just good elevation there, wasn't it? Didn't middle it, but 55-metre boundaries. You don't necessarily need to when you've got the strength of Chamari ANTI-PIRACY.
She's such a powerhouse. It must be daunting, you know, if you're an associate member, you haven't played much international cricket, and you've got to bowl to ANTI-PIRACY. She's absolutely putting it away at the moment. 4,500 runs in international cricket, and has taken more than 50 wickets as well. Plays for the Melbourne Renegades and Perth Scorchers.
There's the skipper watching on pensively. All 4 openers made half centuries in this game, Bates being one of them. The 1 wicket to fall in this innings. Score was on 133. This pair have added 19. Satish up against Connell. Back over her head with authority. Gets herself a boundary. She's got wraps on her, Satish. Close watchers have said she is a pocket rocket. Just 17 years of age. Took a good catch in the field just when the Falcons needed something earlier on in this game. But yes, mate.
Incredible to think that she took up cricket only 2 years ago, and she's playing incredibly here out there as an 18-year-old.
Yeah, the natural, isn't it? There's something to this that players that have had other sports or other opportunities and find our game a little bit later. Nice shot again. Doesn't beat cover, but there's one on offer. Matthews does well to prevent any further runs there. But yeah, like, see this fair break opportunity. It's a shot window for Satish. 17 years of age. What were you doing when you were 17? I wasn't playing cricket in front of her.
I was doing terrible things when I was 17.
On 141 countries around the world or whatever it is, this broadcast is going out to. It's such a great chance for her.
She'll be looking for a contract out there. She's very much in the shot window here.
She led the runs for the entire World Cup qualifier last year for the Asia Conference. Back to ANTI-PIRACY in the 90s. Pulling again as she's done so well tonight. Bounces a couple of times before reaching Martinez at deep backward square. Wanted to see her bowl, probably won't now, but hopefully through the competition the Argentinian seamer will get an opportunity.
Nice simple equation here. 20 runs off 21 balls required for the Falcons to win. Having lost only 1 wicket, that of Bates, out for 60.
6 off 3 in this over so far. Genuine play in this.
Yeah, tight bowling there. From Now, she's just showing her experience. Wicket to wicket bowling. Can't give these batsmen any room to throw their arms.
Not a lot of footwork there from Satish. She was scouted by Fairbreak. They watched her train once and they said, "That's it, you're in. You're coming to Dubai next year. You're in the tournament." Thought it took one net session. Pace off there from Connell. Experience on display.
And she's really enjoying herself out there, Satish. And what a cool head she's got as well. Under the lights, the TV cameras on her. She absolutely is a natural. And I think she just flourishes under the pressure as well. She looks like an international player to me.
Connell's last ball. Uppish again. Fielder under it, not quite. It's been the story of the night for the Warriors. They'll get back for a couple. Comedy of errors out there. End of the 17th over. 17 from 18 needed for a Falcons victory. They're 161 for 1. ANTI-PIRACY looking to rock back onto the back foot whenever she can, trusting the strength she has through those forearms. Mentioned that blistering knock, the unbeaten 173 she made against Australia at Bristol back in 2017. That was an extraordinary performance. 69% of the runs made were from her bat.
Yeah, an absolute match winner. With this fielding, you do wonder if the lights are affecting them. Could be something.
Danny Wyatt not playing tonight, still a bit crook, but she'll be playing. We are reliably informed in a couple of days from now. Not quite fit to take the field.
And Marizanne Kapp as well, having an illness, but I'm sure she'll get over it, and we'll see her later on in the tournament. We've got many days to come, 9 more days of cricket to come.
Yeah, and how buoyed they would be if they can get all 4 points here with those big names out. Marizanne Kapp, mentioned before, the #1 all-rounder in the world at the moment, and Danny Wyatt off the back of a wonderful century in the World Cup semi-final about 6 weeks ago against South Africa, and one of the best openers in this form of the game around the world. Just past the dive, should get back for a couple.
Yeah, she's bowled well, Matthews, in this. 0 for 21 off 3 overs, going at just over 6 and over her economy rate. She's kept it tight. She's the one with the experience.
Yeah, what Matthews needs now is to remove ANTI-PIRACY in this over. Bowling Satish here. Gets a good bite of that, out towards deep mid-wicket. There's a chance and it's taken. That's what they needed to give themselves any opportunity in this game. The Warriors, they had to break the partnership. They've done just that. Yasmin Khan put a catch down earlier, but this time cruising around from deep mid-wicket. Makes no mistake. Satish is gone, 163 for 2. A crack of light for the Warriors.
Well, she threw everything at it, Satish, and she certainly can. She can afford to do it and take the risks. And it's a lovely cameo from her. She is out for 9. Caught by Yasmin. Ball by Matthews. Score is 163 for 2.
ANTI-PIRACY to 95 there with Mariko Hill. I must admit, I thought that Mariko Hill would have been on strike there after the change to the laws of the game from the MCC recently. but it's yet to be implemented. We've seen it implemented in some domestic competitions, but not all of them. We're going back to previous iteration until that comes into force. So no damage there for the Warriors, with ANTI-PIRACY only taking a single. Marika Hill's been in form against the UAE. The 4 T20s they played last week. They're the only Hong Kong players to make a significant contribution.
Well, a great warm-up for them, really, the Hong Kong and the UAE players, to have that bilateral series. So T20 games thrown in for them. Get the experience out here.
Ooh, sharp spin. And they just transfer pressure back onto the chasing team. Bit of scoreboard pressure. One more wicket. Especially if it were the wicket of Chamari ANTI-PIRACY, and it's game on again, I reckon.
There's an inside edge there and squeezes through.
Push the line. Extra bounce on that occasion. So Matthews, clearly the best bowler for the Warriors we've seen tonight.
Yeah, using her experience, her flight and guile, and varying that pace that she does. She can bowl pretty quick off spin. And takes you by surprise. The ball's on you pretty quick.
Marika Hill, she's been around for a while, 26 years of age, played around the world. Need her here. Inside edge. She'll retain the strike. So, 18 overs gone, 165 for 2 is the score. The Falcons need 13 from 12. Mentioned Marika Hill's been around the world. She studied at the University of Hong Kong, but she was in that rookie program they implemented in the WBBL. I think it was the second season she was there with the Renegades. So she's had the chance to be in this high performance environment for quite a long time. She'll be really loving this opportunity to be part of it for the next fortnight here in Dubai.
That's right, and she's won a contract with the Northern Diamonds as well, and the Rachel Ho-Flint Trophy.
So can Hill and ANTI-PIRACY see the Falcons to the line? Just 3 full member nation players in their 11. They're permitted to play 6, but owing to the other 3 not being available, they've had to do it the tough way. And they hung in there with the ball as well. One stage, they were right up against it when they were bowling. They conceded 92 runs in the first 10 overs. They took their first wicket when the score was on 90.
So here's the Scot again, Catherine Bryce. She's got her last over. Tends to bowl in swingers, that's her stop ball.
Yeah, took some tap in her 3rd over, dropped the catch as well, put down ANTI-PIRACY on 66. They need her here. Free out on the leg side.
Keeper!
Keeper's the call. The bobble. 3 for 1. So we've seen ANTI-PIRACY happy to go back in the crease and wait for the ball, no matter where it is, and swing across the line. Will she do so on 95? Will she play more conservatively and inch their way to the finish line?
Well, the Warriors really want to be bowling at Hill at this stage and trying to get that wicket. ANTI-PIRACY just 5 runs off that century.
Just one out on the offside at deep point. A long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. No fine leg. Look for the lap.
Catch it!
Straight back over her head. Stuck up 1 mitt. Couldn't drag it down.
Take it, take it!
Will they get 2? Yep, through comfortably. Good running from Hill to the danger end. The equation narrows. They need 10 from 10.
Great communication there between Hill and ANTI-PIRACY. They won't have batted together before, but they're very quick runs. Gobbling up these runs here. 10 off 10 now for the Falcons. Only 6 required off and over.
Got something on that. It's fine. It's 4. Is it off the bat? It is. A century for Chamari ANTI-PIRACY to start the Fairbreak Invitational in just 54 deliveries. 13 4s, 4 6s, a player of class, a player of experience, and looking every bit the match winner tonight for the Falcons.
And we've got the highlights. She's a 360-degree player, ANTI-PIRACY. She's hit it all over the ground and she's manipulated the field.
Will she finish it with a 6? She will. Brings up the ton, then brings up the win. Chamari Adapadu with her 5th 6. Get the Falcons to the finish line. They're victorious at the first time of asking here at the Fairbreak Invitational. Understaffed, missing Danny White, missing Marazan Cat, missing Brittany Cooper. But under the leadership of Susie Bates, they lay a foundation for themselves in this tournament, getting there with 8 balls to spare.
Absolutely, that first wicket partnership worth 133 between Bates and ANTI-PIRACY. Bates out for 60 in the end, but they just cruised at that opening partnership and winning that bonus point as well in that first 10 overs. And really giving licence to the others, to Hill to come in and to hit out and to enjoy themselves. And that's a comprehensive win by 8 wickets.
They do the clean sweep. They got the bonus point for being the highest score after 10 overs. They get 3 for the win. So the perfect night for the Falcons. So they did it missing players that would have certainly been in their best 11. They did benefit though from 4 drop catches. Adapadu was dropped on three occasions. Bates once as well. Bates was the other major contributor for the Falcons, making 60 from 43 balls in opening partnership, 133. So the Warriors, after making 177 for 2, had every opportunity to break the opening stand early on, didn't do so, and they pay a big price.
Yeah, Matthew scoring in that first innings, her 58, and Redmayne as well, keeper 80 of 61 deliveries, but it just wasn't enough. Warriors putting 177 for 2, and the Falcons really looking pretty flawless in their chase.
Big night for the opening batters. It's the first time in T20 women's cricket, full stop, where all 4 openers have reached 50. So that might be a sign of things to come in a tournament we expect, which will be high on runs, and a competition which has started with a victory to the Falcons by 8 wickets with 8 balls to spare. Chamari Adapadu unbeaten on 107 from 55 balls. We'll take a break here at Dubai Sports City. Back with a presentation after we take a quick look at the card. My apologies. So Adapadu 107 from 55. Hill was there with her at the end. The captain Bates 60 from 43. Isha Oza getting the first wicket. Matthews the second. The only 2 wicket takers for the Warriors. Matthews the best on show, an economy of just 5.75, but Prabodani and Rack and Bryce and the player of the match.
And there you have it. That's how you start off the first game of the SDG Fairbreak Invitational Tournament between the Warriors and the Falcons. As you've seen, it was a brilliant chase by the Falcons with a star performance from ANTI-PIRACY with that brilliant century, and of course Susie Bates with that brilliant 60 of 43 balls. And let's look at the quick match summary. Of course, the Warriors came in to bat first and they put in a score of 177 4-2 after 20 overs. We saw a brilliant class performance from Redmond, getting her 80 of 61. And of course, Matthews also played so brilliantly as well with the bat, getting that 58 of 35 deliveries. And the Falcons, in reply, they chased brilliantly with ANTI-PIRACY, as mentioned, getting her century, 107 of 55 deliveries. And of course, the captain Susie Bates supporting ANTI-PIRACY, getting that 60 of 53 deliveries. Let me bring you in, Jeff. Just talk us through the bowling performance.
Well, it was a tough night for the bowlers, wasn't it? This is a brilliant wicket. We saw Susie Bates win the toss and decided to send the opposition in because she wasn't totally sure what the pitch was going to do. Well, it was the right choice because they won with 8 balls to spare. But the pitch has played a big part of this. There was a very little turn. Just Hayley Matthews right at the end just turned a couple. But other than that, the spinners found it pretty tough, and I said Pramodani lose the Sri Lankan battle against her teammate ANTI-PIRACY. But Bates, ANTI-PIRACY were terrific, but they were also assisted by a few errors in the field. And that's a toughie there. That would have been a terrific catch, but you need to get out class players to win games on pitches of this nature. And then there was the 5-6s that Chamari ANTI-PIRACY hit, and she was pretty happy with that innings. Look, there's some great striking, great timing, square of the wicket, down the pitch. Really batting displays from both sides. And unfortunately, the Falcons put a couple down. Catherine Bryce dropped that one, but made up for it a little later. Susie Bates looked in control until she found Catherine Bryce, who gave Isha Oza her first wicket, the UAE local. I thought bowled fairly well. And then Hayley Matthews almost dragged her side back into the game. With some very clever slow bowling. Until they met the irresistible force tonight. That's an extraordinary hitting. Beautiful timing. Just very strong player, but she scored down the ground. She scored square of the wicket. It was a dominant performance.
Definitely a dominant performance from ANTI-PIRACY. But for now, let's go straight to the post-match presentation with Mel Farrell.
Hello and welcome to the post-match presentation for match number 1 of the Fairbreak Invitational 2022 between Falcons and Warriors, live from the beautiful city of Dubai. I'd like to start with thanking our gracious sponsors, SDG Impact Fund and GenCore. It was a brilliant match to start off with, a high-scoring thriller in the end. Brilliant work from the Warriors starting things off. A couple of half-centuries in there for Hayley Matthews and Georgia Redmayne. But in the end, it was a terrific chase engineered by the Falcons. Great start by Susie Bates, and that innings by Chamari ANTI-PIRACY saw them home in a lot of style. A terrific way to start off the competition. Now, first up, we're going to have the Player of the Match award, and the Player of the Match will receive a smartwatch presented by Vidya Rao, head of Fairbreak India. And it's probably no surprise to anyone who has watched this match that the Player of the Match is none other than Chamari Atapatu. Nice pull out of the mic there, very impressive. Chamari, what an innings, 107 of 55, 54 ball 100 and then a 6 to finish. You haven't played for a while, you didn't look like you were rusty.
Actually, I enjoy my cricket every day when I was batting because last couple of months we didn't play any good cricket, international cricket, but I work hard in the nets.
Group of players that you've got together for the 2 weeks of this tournament.
It's a mixed, diverse team, as I said. I think culturally, I think everybody is from different. We have 13 countries from different countries, so I think we're learning each other every day. And even on the field, first day on the field, and I think it was good to just get out there and as a team work this.
And have you seen enough to think that you've got a fair bit to work with throughout this tournament?
Yes, definitely.
I'm just so proud of the group. You know, we didn't have Danny White or Marizanne Kapp or Brittany Cooper, our superstars, and everyone stood up, and I thought the bowlers did really well to stick with it when we were getting a bit of tap around the field, and then the way Atapatu batted, that was just world class. So yeah, just really pleased to get a win first up.
Yeah, to talk about tap around the field, she said you were giving her advice. Did you need to give her any advice?
We're going to learn that as we go, but off the field, couldn't ask for a better group. They've really bought into what Joe Broadbent's about, and we've really got to know each other, and it's been a lot of fun so far.
Well, it certainly has been fun and a great way to start the tournament. 1 win under the belt. Go and enjoy your celebrations.
Awesome sleep.
Yeah, awesome sleep. Thanks, Susie. It is a late night, of course, and it'll all be starting again.
The game later on will be between the Barmy Army as well as Team Spirit. And let's have a quick chat with Jeff about just the 2 games that you're expecting tomorrow. What are you looking forward to seeing?
Well, pretty much the same as what we're seeing tonight. I mean, that was a terrific game of cricket. It took one brilliant performance from Chamari Atapatu to make the difference between the two sides. And until she hit the last 2 balls, Stefani Taylor from the West Indies. So a couple of veterans there. I'm sure they'll bring a lot to their team. And they would have learned a lot by watching the 2 sides today. Yes. And we heard both captains say, particularly Susie Bates, that you've got to get to learn your players, and you can only do that out on the field. It's hard to do that at practice. So it'll be another learning experience, as it is for all the players tomorrow, but I'm expecting a pretty close game. And the other game...
And the second game, the Barmy Army versus Team Spirit.
Great all-rounder for Australia. Very wily sort of character, but her first stint at captaincy. So that'll be a challenge for her. So that's different challenges tomorrow for those 2, one experienced, one a rookie skipper, but they'll have the same issues to deal with their team, learning the best place to field for their players, when they should get them on the bowl, and we have the communication issues in the different languages.
Yeah.
So there's more of the same tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm expecting more of the same tomorrow as well. Thank you for joining me, Henry. It's been a good first game, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And I also look forward to seeing you at home joining us in the second and the third game of the SDG Fairbreak Invitational T20 tournament happening in Dubai. From me, Lisaha, and this incredible team, we'll see you guys tomorrow.